There being a quorum present, we call the town meeting of 2021 to order. The first item of business. Thank you, and thank you all for coming. We're so glad to see everybody here. First item of business will be our town administrator, Tony Beretta, will just do some notes on the mechanics of survival at the town meeting today. You can use this mic.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Welcome to the 2021 annual town meeting. Couple mechanics, like you mentioned, I just wanted to talk about is that I'm asking everyone to, regardless of your vaccination status, to keep your mask on while you're seated. The CDC has pretty much made my job impossible at this point, so I don't know if you're vaccinated or not, but we are in a relatively safe area, being outside, open air, 3 feet apart. When you come to the microphone, you can take your mask off, and this whole open space here on the right and on the left, if you're feeling claustrophobic, if you want to get a fresh breath of air, you can still hear and listen from outside of the tent. So the other thing is this main aisle here in the middle is one way. So if you plan to speak, ask a question, just please work your way to the outside of the tent, around the sides, and then come up through the middle. If you're leaving at any point, you have to check out with a poll worker. You have to return your clicker. So there is a designated checkout lane on the far left of the registration tent that you walked in on. If after any certain article there's a mass exiting of people, please be patient. We have to get those clickers back. It's very important. And it's also very important that we actually check you out. Let's see. I also want to just take a quick opportunity. I want to thank the Finance Committee. I want to thank the Board of Selectmen, the moderator, our town clerk, the poll workers, our police, fire, DPW, our CPC, Coast Guard Committee, planning board, school committee. There's a ton of people have been working very hard at night, volunteering their time to present these items in front of you so that you can be informed and vote on the future of this town. So I want to thank all of them. And I also want to take this opportunity of this nice large crowd to recognize 4 very special individuals. These individuals are Deb Waters, town accountant, former town accountant, Chief Robert Dwyer of the police department, Chief Dean Palumbo of the fire department, and Linda Peterson, our council on aging director. These 4 individuals are retiring or have retired already this year, and they've each put in multiple years of unconditional dedication to this town. Between them all, it's like 80 years of experience. So they have committed to this town, they've committed to you, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank them for all their service. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. I think I can take my mask off now, according to my understanding. We have a very important part of the proceeding, and that is we are delighted to welcome 4 Girl Scouts from Troop 6280, Julianne Sheehan, Mav Nugent, Eon Byam Miller, and Violet Powell, who will come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I think we should stand for this. All right, ladies, begin. Great job. Thank you very much. And the next item of business, our illustrious clerk, Diane Dunphy, will read the return of service.
Just reading the Constable's return of service for the town of Nahant in Essex County, dated April 14th, 2021. On the date written above, I have served this warrant by posting attested printed copies thereof at the town hall and such other places the selectmen deem appropriate, but not less than 3 in each precinct, including the Nahant Police Station, the Nahant Fire Station, and the Nahant Public Library. And that's signed by our town constable, Robert Scanlon. Thank you.
And the next item of business is the presentation of the Moderator's Citizen of the Year Award. This year, the Citizen of the Year Award is going to Ann Callahan. Now, Ann has committed herself to the community throughout all the COVID-19 pandemic without hesitation or complaint. She served a vital role in making our Council on Aging a leader of the Commonwealth regarding continued service for our seniors. She takes the challenges head on and succeeds with a smile and with all her love, and she spreads that around pretty effectively. Ann, are you here? I'm sorry that she's not here, but we'll get this to her quickly. But we all appreciate her. She's really contributes greatly to the town. Thank you. Okay, a member of the Selectmen will now present the Charles Kelly Scholarship Award.
So the Charles Kelly Scholarship Award is a $1,000 scholarship for a student entering college this coming year. The way this is decided is students submit anonymous essays about community service, and the selectmen review those essays and select a winner. In this particular case, I abstained because I knew where one of the essays came from, so Mark and Jean have made this selection. And the winner of the Charles Kelly Scholarship is Rachel McCarthy. So I have to say a few words, Rachel, before you get your certificate. Well, first of all, Rachel's a great kid. That I know. Rachel's a graduate of Swampscott High School, class of 2021. Rachel's first community involvement was with her church, volunteering, and eventually becoming one of the junior deacons. She became actively involved in the local soup kitchen, helping prepare and serve food to those in need, and ran an animal shelter drive at Northeast Animal Shelter. Her involvement with the North Shore Rovers, a Special Olympics soccer team, has been her most cherished by becoming not only a volunteer, but a mentor to new volunteers and players. She has been part of our community by joining Keep Nahant Wild and helping with local elections, including mine. We congratulate Rachel as a recipient of this year's Charles Kelly Scholarship and wish her luck next year at Stonehill College.
Thanks, Jeff. And now the commander of the American Legion Post 215 of Nahant, Bob Fields, will present the American Legion Scholarship.
Hello. Whoa. Never met a microphone I didn't like. This is a good one. My name is Bob Fields. I'm the commander of Nahant, American Legion Post 215. Today I represent more than the 60 members of your American Legion Post and the more than 200 veterans that reside in our community that, whether they know it or not, are members of the Nahant Veterans Association. So if you're not aware of that and you're a veteran here, I would encourage you to see me or another veteran as well, so you can find out what we do and how you can participate. It would be great. It's an honor to stand here before you today with the privilege of announcing the winner of our 2021 American Legion Scholarship winner. We select our scholarship winner through the submission of a short essay in response to a question that is posted. This year, as you may know, Nahant, led by the American Legion, is hosting the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall That Heals. This traveling wall is a replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall in Washington, D.C., and it allows local communities and people who may not be able to travel to Washington to experience the power and healing provided by this important memorial. No matter what your stance was regarding the war, it was a time that impacted all Americans and touched all too many families. From the 58,000 names that are listed on the wall as killed in Vietnam to the hundreds of thousands negatively impacted even today. We work to remember their sacrifice and support those left behind, as this work is crucial. We in Nahant are privileged to be able to host this wall, and it has been awe-inspiring to see the whole community come together as we prepare for these days ahead. So with the wall visiting, we ask those submitting an essay to respond to the following. The Wall That Heals is coming to Nahant. What is it, and what does it mean to you? As is often the case, we had some great entries. It is also great to read the answers submitted and to get a flavor for what will ultimately become our future leaders in this country. This year's winning entry explained the wall and its purpose, and I quote, "The wall allows people to pay their respects and honor the fallen heroes right in the neighborhoods that they grew up and lived in. In a way, this is therapy for the people and offers some comfort," unquote. This fully captures why the wall is important and why our hosting of it is so important. As we all know, Nahant was impacted by the war, as was our winner's family. Further, our winner looks forward to volunteering at the wall this summer, so we honor those lost, including her grandmother's cousin. So without further ado, I'm proud to announce the 2021 American Legion Scholarship winner, who is on her way to Stonehill College next fall, Rachel McCarthy.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. At this point, we're going to have Jessica Mancini, who's one of the workers here with the tent setup and the voting system, to conduct a quick test of the voting system to make sure it works okay. Jessica?
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the screen, if you would, please. And we're going to do a quick test after I explain the voting cards to you. So what you see on the screen is pretty much a voting card. What we have here are the answer option buttons. You're primarily going to use 1 and 2 for our purposes. Here's the window that you can see your entry. And here's the indicator light to know that you have submitted your response. It will turn green. This is what a slide is going to look like. So when you see these slides come up, these are going to be the voting slides. The number of devices that have voted are going to be in the upper right-hand corner. The article is going to be in the sort of top middle for you. Your answer options are going to be on the left-hand side, and we're going to have a countdown timer to indicate the last 10 seconds of voting, and that's going to be in the lower right corner of the slide. Voting is open as soon as you see the slide displayed with the yes, no on it. We will be giving you a 10-second visual cue for the last 10 seconds of voting. Once the timer counts down, you can no longer vote for that item. So we're going to go ahead and test this out. Here's our first slide. The question is, it's a great day for a town meeting. Press 1 for absolutely or 2 for yes. Please vote now. Yes, it's a little bit of a leading question for you. I'm going to go ahead and start your last 10 seconds. And it looks like 332 of us went with absolutely, and 2 of us went with yes. So I'm going to ask one more question, just to make sure we get our practices in. And the question is, today is Saturday. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Please vote now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start your last 10-second cue. And it looks like 382 of us agree that it is Saturday and 40 dissenters. So, Mr. Moderator, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to you as I don't see any questions.
Thank you very much. I noticed we had like 420 responses. Thank you so much for coming, and a special thank you to our town administrator, Tony Beretta, and his team of setting this up so that we can all do this. This is amazing that we're able to handle this crowd. Tony's done a fantastic job, as with everything else. Thank you. Now, among the 420 people, there are some people who are not registered voters in Nahant. And I know who you are. So one of you is Tony Pierantozzi, our superintendent. I think Kevin Andrews is here. Kevin, are you here? I'm not sure. Tony Beretta is here, I know that. He's and Mark Reich, our town council, who is working with us today. And Jim Masterman, another council that deals with eminent domain, and David Laurie. And I see Chief Dwyer over there as well. So, oh, I did anyway. Yeah, he's still there. Are there any other non-registered voters? Aha. Allison, okay. Any others? Yes, I saw you there, Zach. Zach's done a great job as well, Zach Taylor, our head of DPW. Any others? Okay. Well, I think we should start the engine running. So let's go to Judy Zahora and ask that she proceed with the annual resolution.
Thank you. I move that the town adopt the following resolution. Resolved that the town adopt the following rule governing motions and amendments made during the 2021 annual town meeting. Whereas, without an override, the amount to be raised by taxation as recommended by the Advisory and Finance Committee is expected to be $11,121,209 for fiscal year 2022, And whereas Proposition 2.5 makes it unlawful for the town to levy taxes in excess of $11,121,209 for the fiscal year 2022 without a vote to override the limit. Therefore, in order to ensure compliance with the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5, the participants of the 2022 annual town meeting shall require that anyone introducing a motion at this meeting which would result in increasing an appropriation above the amount permissible under the levy limit imposed by Proposition 2.5 be obliged to specify the alternative means of funding by giving names of other articles or accounts, excluding the reserve fund, and the amount by which the appropriated or recommended amount for such account or articles must be reduced in order to fund the requested increase.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Can we have a vote on the motion? All those in favor signify. Oh, we're back to this is on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right. Article 1, Mr. Fulgham.
Article 1, FY 2021 transfers. I move that the following sums are hereby appropriated for the fiscal year 2021 expenses as follows: $1,074.50 for community preservation administrative expenses to be funded by available funds in the Treasury, the undesignated fund balance in the Community Preservation Fund.
Seconded by Barbara Betty. Discussion on the article. Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. The vote was 357 to 33. The motion carries. Article 2. Mr. Fulgham.
Article 2, FY 2021 Snow and Ice. I move that the sum of $153,487 is hereby appropriated for the fiscal year 2021 Snow and Ice account. To meet this appropriation, transfer from the following fiscal year 2021 accounts: $70,000 from health insurance, $41,487 from the reserve fund, and $42,000 from the water and sewer retained earnings.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 380. Those opposed, 38. The motion carries. Article 3, Mr. Sheehan.
Hi, everybody. Article 3, prior year bills. I move that the sum of $4,103.72 is hereby appropriated for previous fiscal year's bills in the fire expense budget and the selectmen's expense budget. To meet this appropriation, transfer from the following fiscal year 2021 accounts: $600 from the fire expense budget and $3,503.72 from the reserve fund.
Seconded by Mr. Brown. Further discussion on the motion? Now, this is a motion to pay prior year's expenses, so it takes 4/5 majority. And seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's vote. Excellent. 415 to 18. It passes far above the 4/5 majority. Article 4, Mr. Vanderslice. While Mr. Vanderslice is getting up, Jeff Antrim pointed out that I should remind you that no matter what you push on your voting machine, it's the last one you push that will be counted. So, not getting to vote myself, I'm just going to let that out. There we go.
I move that Article 13, Section 5, Subsection B of the bylaws is amended for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 by replacing the existing section with the section under Part 1 as shown in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee as amended and presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee at town meeting. And I think the last phrase there, at town meeting, there's one change from what is published in the book. We need to add the position of a children's librarian as a part-time position from $20 to $30 an hour, Tony. And I was told it would appear on the Jumbotron behind me.
So, by the way, that was seconded by Mr. Fogum. Tony.
That's vertigo-inducing when you're very close to it. So we are adding the position of children's librarian, which is the third line from the top. Is that clear to everyone?
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Yes, please state your name and address.
Chris Stevens, 78C Lennox Road. I am the chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Nahant Public Library. I would like to amend that motion I move to amend the classification and salary plan for fiscal year 2022 by returning the children's librarian classification to a salaried portion of the plan. The children's librarian position has appeared in the plan for over 30 years, but for the last decade has remained unfilled because it was unfunded. The classification went missing this year through an oversight, but when it was reinstated, as you can see, they put it in as a part-time hourly position. We request that the position be returned to where it was last year, where it was voted on last year, with the very same salary range as it was last year, which is the same as the reference and adult librarian, $16,500 to $56,430.
Is there a second to the motion? Motion has been made and seconded. We're now discussing the amendment to the motion that was presented by Mr. Vanderslice. Yes, Mr. Beretta will speak on it.
Hello. I'm rising in opposition to the motion. However, I do not oppose, the library function of a children's librarian. I don't oppose the library. I stand here opposing the full-time classification of a children's librarian. The presented plan, read by the Finance Committee, includes a children's librarian as a part-time hourly position. The current omnibus budget supports that position by increasing the library budget by 6.2%. This would equate to a $30 an hour position at 19 hours per week. To make this a full-time position could add benefit costs and about $25,000, totaling a cost to the town at about $70,000. I don't feel we have a need currently, given the other needs in town, for 3 full-time positions in our library. However, as I mentioned, I do think that there's a need for a children's librarian simply in a part-time position. The proposed plan does not change the total number of full-time positions in the library for the past 30 years because last year, town meeting added a new full-time position as the children's librarian, as the adult reference librarian. So there are 2 full-time positions in the library now, as there were 2 full-time positions in the classification plan for the last 30 years. We also, I also look at, when we're developing our budget and our classification plan, we do have to look at things on a grand scheme. We've denied additional personnel in the police department for the last 2 years. We've gone through an experiment of a working chief in our fire department for the last 2 years. For the last 2 years, our fire department has had only 2 people in it at a time, 2 full-time people in it at a time, and even our police department has 2 full-time people working for 56 hours a week. So my thought on this issue is that, we do have a need for a children's librarian. We have a budget that supports that, but in a non-benefited 19-hour-a-week position keeps us in line with the overall operational focus of our budget. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes.
Yes, Ann Spurn, 36 Mayolas Road. Ann Spurn, 36 Mayolas Road, Nahant Library Trustee. I want to say that with 2 full-time employees, the library is in a fragile position. We have to have 2 librarians in the library for safety reasons, in order to keep the library open. If someone gets sick, or someone resigns, or something else happens, the library can't stay open. We've been good citizens over the years. This has been in the works for many years since I've been a trustee at the full-time librarian's position. I won't go into the budget right now. We're prepared to discuss where that extra money would come from later. But right now, I want to go on record to tell you, please, those of you who support the library, who would like to have the library open on weekends or longer hours, who would like the library to be in a solid position. The children's librarian will do other jobs besides being a children's librarian. They will help staff the library and put it on a strong foundation. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes.
Sharon Road?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Can you
that.
hear me now? Thank you. Sharon Hawks, 332 Nahant Road. I'm also the library director. Just some statistics for your information. There are 370 public libraries in Massachusetts. 347 of them have at least one full-time children's librarian. That's 94% of the libraries in the Commonwealth. Of those that don't, they are either teeny tiny libraries that perhaps only have a few hours a week, 15. For example, by state law, we are required to be open 15 hours a week. During COVID, we've been open 32 hours a week, and pre-COVID, we've been open 36 hours a week, and we hope to return to that. 1.7% is the total town appropriation for the library. We are 1.7% of the total town appropriation. If the trustees' budget passes, which primarily talks about a full-time children's librarian, the trustees' budget would make it 1.8%. So it goes up 0.1%. Qualified children's librarian has a master's degree or equivalent. It would be very difficult to hire somebody part-time with that kind of qualification. Now, that person doesn't just read books and do story time. She has to help us acquire thousands of dollars worth of materials as our budget and state law demand. She has to work the online catalog and online database resources. She has to understand and obey state laws. She will also coordinate with Johnson Elementary School. We've been doing that right along, and we're in talks to have a more formal agreement. If that happens, it will take over 20% of her time as it is. Thank you for paying attention for that.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Yes, Daniel Munley, 6 Lodge Road. The other trustees and Sharon have talked about what the position is, but remembering that just last year, we have this full-time staff position, which was called library assistant, which was a staff position, full-time. There were 3 positions last year, plus a page position. Previously, there had been children librarian positions in the classification and an additional page position, which through the years we've taken reductions for the good of the town and the budgets at the time. If this motion by the FinCom and the administrator passes, it's going to take a full-time staff position, which would be staff hours, and reduce it to half-time. And so we need, in any event, a full-time person in this job. And our budget, as we'll explain later, for this classification, will only increase our budget and only increase the town budget by $14,000 some odd dollars, which you'll hear later. In addition, the administrator said that this will incur more costs to the town based on health insurance and other things, which, if the classification is a part-time job above 19 hours, then the person would be entitled to health insurance. These things are crucial. We should be providing this to our part-time or full-time people, and we'll talk about how we'll find the money in the budget at the later time, but please pass this job classification amendment as a full-time children's librarian. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, sir.
Mark Paddock, 172 Willow Road. Oops, sorry. Mark Paddock, 172 Willow Road, and I'm chairman of the Nahant Sailing Program Committee, and it appears to be an error in the book with the salary ranges for the sailing supervisor and sailing instructor. It's below what we put in our budget. The sailing supervisor, this is a summer job for about, we do a total of setting up and taking down, it's about 10 weeks. The supervisor supervises up to 20 instructors
Mark,
for the program. Yes.
sorry about
Yeah.
it, but we're not doing the general thing yet. We're on the amendment, the
Okay,
specific
sorry,
amendment,
okay.
but stay
Okay,
right there and you can
Okay,
talk,
good.
talk when we get the amendment taken care of.
Sorry.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? The amendment being to make the children's librarian a full-time position rather than a part-time position. Any further discussion? All right, seeing and hearing none. This is on the amendment. Let's vote. Those in favor of the amendment 310, those opposed 185, the amendment carries. So now we're talking about the motion as amended, and Mark, your time is now.
Sorry, okay, good. I think it's just an error, oversight in the table that's in the book. The sailing supervisor range should be $13.50 to $18, and sailing instructor range $13.50 to $17. And it's within the budget we submitted, so it matches the budget.
So,
This would be on page 9.
Bob,
Yeah.
so is that, do we need a motion to amend, or is that a friendly amendment? Where are we? Okay, I'm told that the Mark's proposed change in the numbers is a friendly amendment and accepted by the mover. So now we come to the motion as amended. Any further discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. This is on the motion as amended with the changes that Mark had read to the sailing program and the making of the children's librarian a full-time position. Those in favor, 383. Those opposed, 103. The motion carries as amended. Article 5, Mr. Vanderslice.
I move that the salaries of the following elected officials are fixed for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021. Selectman at the annual salary of $1, constable at the annual salary of $50, assessors at the annual salary of $1, town clerk at the annual salary of $61,851.
Seconded by Ms. Tarmy. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 451. Those opposed, 26. The motion carries. Thank you. Article number 6, Mr. Fogel.
Article 6, the omnibus. So I'm going to read a series of line items. I'm going to describe them, and then I'm going to list a number. All the numbers that I cite are going to be in dollars, so I'm just going to recite the number. So that's US dollars, not Chinese yuan, Bitcoin, or anything else. So when you hear those numbers, that's what they are. Moderator, general expenses, 60. Selectmen, salary and wages, 3. General expenses, 142,400.
John, I'm sorry to.
Yeah.
So the other thing that we have to keep cognizant of, if after he reads a particular item and you have a question or you need to discuss it or there's some problem or something, then shout out pass. And everybody in the place should shout it out in a way that is hearable by me so I can know that we're going to have a pass and our clerk as well. If you have to shout loud enough to knock the toupee off the person in front of you, that's okay. What we want to know. But if there's going to be a pass, we have to know it up here. Maybe stand up and also shout, I guess. Okay, thank you, John. I'm sorry.
I'm going to rewind a bit because I actually didn't recite some of the text of the motion that I needed to. So I'm going to start over. I move that the town transfer the sum of $555,101 from free cash, $60,000 from overlay surplus, and raise and appropriate the following sums of money for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021.
John, I'm sorry again. Is it 555, 111?
That's what I have.
Yeah, I think
Did I
you
say
said
something?
101. So
I'm sorry.
111, that's okay.
I'm not starting well.
You're doing fine.
Okay, here goes. Moderator, general expenses, 60. Selectmen, salaries and wages, 3. Selectmen, general expenses, $100,042 and $400. Public health, salaries and wages, $97,500. Public health, general expenses, $20,000. Town administrator, salaries and wages, $231,767. ADA coordinator, $500. General expenses, $30,650. Capital outlay, $2,900, of which $2,900 is funded from free cash. Finance committee, general expenses, $9,960. Town accountant, salaries and wages, $172,659. Town accountant, general expenses, $9,217. Assessors, salaries and wages, $99,751. Assessors, general expenses, $64,000. Treasurer and collector, salaries and wages, $129,285. Treasurer and collector, general expenses, $63,400. Treasurer and collector, capital outlay, $1,400, of which $1,400 is funded from free cash. Town council, annual fee, $55,000. Town hall, salaries and wages, $31,580. Town hall general expenses, $47,500. Town hall capital outlay, $10,000, of which $10,000 is funded from free cash. Data processing, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $199,836. Town clerk, salaries and wages, $70,778. Town clerk, general expenses, $15,800. Town clerk, capital outlay, 1,400, of which 1,400 is funded from free cash. Election registration, salaries, wages, and general expenses, 15,559. Conservation Commission, general expenses, 1,260. Planning Board, general expenses, 2,650. Zoning Board of Appeals, general expenses, 2,900. Police Department, salaries and wages, 1,369,268. Police Department, general expenses, 151,564. Police Department, capital outlay, 65,875, of which 65,875 is funded from free cash. Fire Department, salaries and wages, 1,023,785. Fire Department, general expenses, 177,300. Fire Department, capital outlay, 25,000, of which 25,000 is funded from free cash. Inspectional Services Department, salaries, wages, and general expenses, 18,165. Building Inspection, salaries and wages, 18,446. Building Inspection, general expenses, 7,000. Plumbing and Gas Inspection, salaries and wages, 7,064. Plumbing and Gas Inspection, general expenses, 950. Wiring Inspection, salaries and wages, 7,064. Wiring Inspection, general expenses, 950. Emergency Management, salaries and wages, 9,372. Emergency Management, general expenses, 6,376. Animal Control, salaries and wages, 10,183. Animal Control, general expenses, 3,990. Parking Clerk, salaries and wages, 6,750. Parking Clerk, general expenses, 14,240. Harbor Master, salaries and wages, 3,391. Harbor Master, general expenses, 7,280. I'm just looking. 3 more pages, 4 more. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wharfinger, salaries and wages, 1,982. General expenses, 1,752. Capital outlay, 8,000, of which 8,000 is funded from free cash. School Department, salaries, wages, and general expenses, 3,838,794. Transportation, 218,948. Debt service, 353,600. Essex North Shore Agricultural and Technical School assessment, 188,428. Public Works Department includes Public Works, Administration, Highways and Streets, Beaches and Parks, Cemetery, and Overhead. Salaries and wages, 223,852. General expenses, 225,183. Capital, 37,500. Debt service, 80,619, of which 37,500 is funded from free cash. Public Works, Snow and Ice, 30,000. Council on Aging, salaries and wages, 42,652. General expenses, 15,950. Veterans Agent, salaries and wages, 8,405. General expenses, 38,575. Library, salaries and wages, 171,689. General expenses, 70,734. Recreation General, salaries, wages, and general expenses, $3,152. Recreation sailing, salaries, wages, general expenses, $5,650. Recreation tennis, salaries, wages, general expenses, $2,880. Memorial Day Committee, general expenses, $7,500. 4th of July Committee, general expenses, $2,300. Beautification Committee, general expenses, $2,150. Military houses, general expenses, $86,320. General debt service, principal and interest, $381,641, of which $225,036 is funded from free cash and $60,000 is funded from overlay surplus. Unemployment compensation, life insurance, health insurance, Medicare tax, Essex Regional Retirement Board, pension and annuity expenses, $2,056,760. Insurance Committee, general expenses, $303,528. Retirement account, $50,000. Reserve fund, $250,000, of which $178,000 is funded from free cash. Moderator, general expenses, $60. That's a bargain. Selectmen,
I think,
salaries and wages, $3.
I think you're reading it again. On the one, I think you did a great job on the one, and when you said there's so many pages, I said, well, John, that's why you get the big bucks, but then
Yeah.
I remembered you don't get any bucks at all. So I appreciate it, but I think you're starting to read it again, so
Yeah.
I think we're already covered those.
All right, selectmen, salaries and wages, $3.
Yeah,
did
think
that?
we're all set. You
All right.
you just finished it with the reserve
See?
fund.
You threw me off.
No, that's all right.
Selectmen, general expenses.
No, you're all set, John.
All set with what?
You're all done. When you got done with the reserve
Oh,
fund.
you mean it's just more, it's just cycling back? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's
right.
okay.
Thank goodness.
That's all right. That was seconded by Judy Zahora. All right. Further discussion, we had several passes. Let me see where we are.
I know which one I passed on, which was the police department general expenses.
That's the first one I have.
So this is focused towards the
State
communication.
your name and your
Oh.
address.
Sorry. Brendan Veronica Umstead, 2 Summer Street. This is specific to the communication systems. Does the current budget assume that Article 18 will not pass? That's my first question.
The omnibus budget does not include the cost
That's
for the communications. That's a later article, right? So it does not factor in Article 18.
Okay. If Article 18 passes, are there any deactivation or disposal costs for the old radio systems that have been included in the current omnibus budget?
The answer to that would be no. The question is, are there costs in the current omnibus budget, in the police capital budget, associated with getting rid of the old system should Article 18 pass? My answer to that was no. The Article 18 consumes all costs associated with that project.
Okay, so 18 also includes whatever deactivation or disposal costs?
Correct.
Okay, so that's my question for the police general expense. And then for the, I think the next one I passed on was the.
Hold it. We'll stop right there. So if there's any other discussion on the, we have to do this one at a time. So is there any further discussion on the police expense? No. Seeing and hearing none. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Veronica Olmsted.
Yes.
Who is Mau Mau?
That is a college nickname. It was given to me by the best friend of the roommate that I got from moving in as a freshman, because I moved into a dorm with a collection of artists, and I just so happened to, get stuck into the group, and they had to come up with a name, so they came up with Mau Mau.
Do you know what Mau Mau means?
I know there's a variety of meetings. Would you like me to run through them?
Point of order. Point of order, yes.
Point of order, relevance, please.
You'll see. So I've got a definition from the dictionary, from the biggest dictionary of all. It says, Mau Mau means to intimidate. To intimidate someone such as an official through hostile confrontation or threats, usually for social or political gain. And they give an example. Going downtown to Mau Mau, the bureaucrats, got to be the routine practice in San Francisco.
Wow, that's actually interesting, because that then explains the entire origin story of where the name came from.
No, it came from the
Well, no, in terms of my nickname came from.
So,
But I would like to comment that Mao is a verb in Japan to dance. It means cat in Chinese. It is a species of cat, as well as, there it is a reference to Mau Mau and the Flatcatchers.
yeah, I hear you. So let me just ask two more questions.
Sure.
Did you submit 30 pages of questions and other materials with your name emphasized on them to the board, to the selectmen and the town administrator at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and propose that you're going to make all those questions and any other ones that occur to you today?
Yes, and I would say that the town administrator and others had asked me to provide written questions, and a bulk of my questions actually had been submitted 2 weeks ago, and I had requested responses by May 12th. And a number of them I have not gotten answers to, so I was resubmitting the ones that I hadn't gotten any response to, as well as ones that had recently come up.
So my question is a simple one. Is it your intent to Mau Mau this meeting today?
No, I would say that since I was unaware of that particular definition, that may not be a fair question to ask of me.
Good, I'm glad to hear you say that, and I hope that it works out that way. Thank you. Next pass.
I believe that was with the DPW general expenses.
Yes.
So in general, there was a question about, I wanted to find out about the purchase of the street lights that we'd done from National Grid. Has that all been completed? I guess there's another question, just what's the status of that, the switch to LEDs?
The project has been completed. All LEDs on the streetlights have been installed.
Okay. And has the expected budget aligned with the budget that, that's occurred?
I think we reduced the street light electricity costs a little bit, but the project we haven't actually had a full year to understand what the new cost will be, so we didn't want to underfund it.
Okay.
So there's a slight change, but not the savings that we will eventually realize.
All right. And then I guess, were there any unexpected problems that were encountered once the town took over ownership of the lights?
No, I think all problems were expected.
Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. And the last couple of questions were about the possible purchase of a backhoe and a sewer utility truck, as to whether or not there is, since we don't have these things now, I'm assuming there's rental costs that will be incurred until we get them. Is that included in the omnibus budget?
No, no, it's not, but let's revisit that when we get to that article.
Okay, that's all I got.
Because there are some answers for you on that.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, we also had a pass on library salaries, I believe.
Me first.
Excuse me. Any further discussion on the streetlights? Seeing and hearing none, let's talk about the library salaries. Mm-hmm.
Are voting at the wrong time and thinking their clickers are wrong.
Hmm.
Chris Stevens, 78C Lennox Road, Chairman of the Nahant Public Library Board of Trustees. Sharon stole my thunder a little bit with her speech earlier, but I'm going to persevere. I would like to amend the library's budget to add $14,238, and I would propose it come from the unemployment compensation, life insurance, health insurance, Medicare, tax, Essex retirement pension, and annuity line, which has $2,056,760 in it. And I would ask that the town also vote a bottom line budget for the library as it has in the past 30 years. The explanation is simple. The $14,238 would, simply put, make us whole. It will fully fund our salary lines, including a page position and a children's librarian with a 2% cost of living increase. I know money is tight. Money is always tight. But we've been without a full-time certified children's librarian for nearly a decade. Every year we've asked for this position to be filled, and every year we've been told it's not our turn. And being the team players that we have been for a decade, we have not pushed the issue. But this year we're here to push the issue. We told town meeting last year that we would be back, and here we are. We are not asking for anything more than to be made whole. You might ask why we need a children's librarian if we've been hobbling along without one for so long. It's because we've been hobbling along without one for so long. A children's librarian evaluates and builds a children's collection. They're the ones that know what items do well and why, and where it might be needed to, where needs might be to make a more robust collection. They also liaise with the Johnson School so that we can provide what they need. That includes, but is certainly not limited to, books and materials to support curriculum, summer reading lists for all grades, as well as aligning our collection with the early reader system used by the Johnson School. A children's librarian also provides meaningful programs for families in all age groups and throughout the year, story times, arts and crafts, and he or she would take back running a ridiculously popular summer reading program for kids that Sharon has graciously been running. That person would also help with the day-to-day operations of the library, which is currently, as mentioned before, been done by 2 people. That's it, 2 people. If you want to know why your library is not open on the weekends, as people keep asking for, that in large part is why. We do not have the staff. We are not asking for the world. We are just asking for a very tiny piece of it. Our budget, even with the increase, as Sharon has mentioned, is less than 2% of the town's overall budget. It is $14,000. That's it. So we respectfully ask for your support. I thank you very much for your support on Article 4. I respectfully ask for your support again. And I know that it has been mentioned by a few people that there aren't enough kids in town to have a children's librarian. And how many kids do we need to have a children's librarian? I mean, we had 49 readers in our summer program last year, and I don't think you want to tell parents and grandparents here that their kids aren't worth it. We think they're worth it, and we respectfully ask for your support.
Could I, excuse me, could I ask you for a copy of the amendment that you proposed, please? Okay, I understand the first part. The first part of the amendment is I would like to amend the library's budget to add $14,238 and propose to come from the unemployment compensation, life insurance, health insurance, Medicare, tax, Essex, etc. But I don't understand. But why do you want to make that a part of this amendment? So what you want to do is change the omnibus budget so that it doesn't have wages and salaries to general expenses. Yeah.
Sharon might be able to explain this better, but my understanding is we've always had a bottom line budget. It's never been divided the way it is. The library has to adhere to certain state guidelines in terms of spending. Having a bottom line budget gives us the autonomy to shift money around so that we can meet those state guidelines.
I know that part.
That's why we ask you to vote for a bottom line budget.
That's not divided.
Is that correct? Yes, okay.
Well, it seems to me you've got two separate
Okay.
motions.
I can write those up as two separate.
They are already written up,
They're there.
but they should be presented. So the amendment that is presently before the House is to add the $14,238
Yes.
and have that taken from the insurance, et cetera, fund.
That big long line, yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's the amendment before the House at the moment. Further discussion on that amendment. Yeah, Mr. Beretta will speak.
So I understand the motion is to take 14,000 some odd dollars from the benefits account and transfer it into the salaries account of the library. As I mentioned earlier, a full-time position comes with potentially $25,000 in benefit costs. The current employee benefit line item that this is taking from does not include that, as it was just added in under Article 4. So taking $14,000 from that account plus adding $25,000 in benefits is almost a $30,000 change to this account. So I don't think this is a suitable place to be pulling the money from. It may put us in a tough position there. And I don't know, by adding the $14,000 to the salary position, what is that, what salary would the children librarian be receiving? Or range?
Yeah, I can speak to that. I would bring it up to about $40,000, taking your proposal and then adding to it. So it'd bring the children's librarian up to about $40,000 a year. The ALA thinks that a beginning children's librarian should come in at about 45, so we're already a little bit low. We're also lower than our facilities manager per hour. We are asking for a total of $256,661 as the total library budget. I will add from 2015 to 2019, total circulations in the library went up by 64.21%. But during the same time period, circulations of children's books went down by 20.21%. Clearly something needed to change. The addition of a professional children's librarian will help bring the love of reading and learning to the youngest residents of Nahant. And by the way, we are open and we now do take walk-ins. We hope the children's librarian will take over the summer reading program, and we welcome you in the library. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment.
I guess I'll just, the presented omnibus budget adds an additional $10,000 to the salaries from last year. And so this would be adding $24,000 to the salaries of the library, I believe. Is that correct? Compared to last year?
There are a number of lines, Tony, that have been adjusted, and in the handout that we were running around, we actually showed people the breakdown of the budget. Some of the things, the town administration budget level funded us, like purchase services, which is essentially a cut because prices do continue to rise. In other places, they were less than a 2% increase, so they don't keep up even with inflation. We know that the materials budget is going to fall short by $2,000, but we are committed to making that up in donations and grants and state aid resources. So we are committed to doing our part to make this budget work, and we look forward to the town making the salaries portion whole.
So just before you leave, I understand that overall budget, we had to trim from some places like materials and expenses in order to be able to provide the additional $10,000 in the salary item of the current proposed budget. Would your amendment increase that as $24,000 more than last year's salary budget in your library account?
Yes, I believe that's correct. There are a couple of small things. Understanding state law, that when you move something in the salaries budget, you also have to move something in the materials budget, which in the handout we gave are libraries, books, magazines, magazine newspaper subscriptions, and audiovisual supplies. By state requirement to be a certified public library, this town must spend 19.5% of its total library appropriation on materials, on circulating materials. That's books, DVDs, etc., telescope. And so if you move something in the salaries portion, you also have to move something in the materials budget. So some of that change is reflecting that we have to nudge that up also.
Okay. So, you know, my job as town administrator and my role in this meeting is to provide you, the residents, the information so you can make a decision. The will of this meeting is how I act for the rest of the year. So just want to be clear that passing this motion would increase the salary item in the library by $24,000 compared to last year and create a $30,000 issue in our benefits account.
Potential.
Further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
As I understand it, there's a great deal of cushion in the unemployment compensation, life insurance, health insurance, Medicare, tax, ESSEC, retirement, pension, and annuity. And that's why we request, oh, sorry, I have to say, Ann Spurn, 36 Mayolas Road, Nahant Library Trustee. As I understand it, there's a good deal of cushion in this fund that we're asking for the 14,000 plus funding to come from. And I just want to remind everybody once again that the children's librarian does not only function as a children's librarian. The children's librarian, a full-time professional librarian, will also help us keep the library open, will expand our hours, and will make us less fragile in terms of our staffing. Thank you.
Further discussion? Mr. Munley.
Daniel Munnelly, Library Trustee, 6 Lodge Road. Everybody has said the numbers. It's less than $15,000, but let's not forget, Strader and has asserted that we have this mandate about the health insurance, and he gave a particular number. He said about $25,000 or $30,000. I want you to remember that we are not creating a brand new position with brand new health insurance. This position that we're asking to turn from a staff position which had health insurance and all of the benefits. We are merely expanding that with salary to be a professional position. We are not creating a brand new position. It is a position that we had as a library assistant, salaried with insurance, with everything, and now we just want to make it with a little bit more money and to be able to fund our page at minimum wage. That's the issue that's before us today, and we would ask for your support. It's a very small line item. We've received tons of pushback. We've given positions back to the town unfunded for more than 10 years. We have 2 people working there. Please fund us. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Michael Manning, 12 Fennel Way. We're spending a good bit of time over a budgeting issue as to whether or not the town of Nahant should have a library program which is certified by the state standards as presented by the town's librarian and the trustees of the library. I think it's appropriate that we all understand, and I hope Tony appreciates, that the town meeting vote here will inform how we move forward. But I think we all want to have a certified library program in the town of Nahant. It is appropriate that the town vote to support the library.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
As a member of the FinCom, we've spent the last 6-7 months working through budgets. We talked to each department head. We agonize over every single dollar. It's not appropriate, in my opinion, not the FinCom's, to do a budget discussion here after all that time. There's never a call that says we don't want a library, but frankly, we want a fully funded fire department. We want a fully funded police department. We want all those services. Nahant doesn't have much in the way of revenue coming in. Where is the money going to come from? We talk about $14,000, but that's not true. It's more like $30,000. It doesn't sound like a lot. It's a portion of the budget. Everybody's is a portion of the budget. Understand that we've agonized over these budgets. This is not something that we've capriciously decided. I don't think it's an appropriate place to decide at this point that it's time to change the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Mr. Mundo.
Thank
for
you,
the
Library
second
Trustee.
and final time.
Yes. Just to speak to that one issue only, by way of cross-examination or whatever, we have participated in the budget at meetings, at administrative meetings, with the Finance Committee, with the Selectmen, for the whole year and years before that. We are present on almost every meeting, and we have the reason that we have to bring it here today, and we agonized over it. We didn't even do it last year because we agonized that we didn't want to do this in front of everybody, but we have been persistently denied the funding that we need to adequately staff the library. And when we are, as library trustees, independently elected people that have constituents, and we represent the town, okay? And so we are coming to say that we aren't getting headway with this small funding gap. And again, they're talking about health insurance costs again. There was a position last year, in last year's budget, a full-time position with the same health insurance. We're not creating a new health insurance funding problem. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, sir, please. State your name and address.
Ken Carangelo, 81 Willow Road. I'd like to call the question, please.
The question has been called for. So there will be no debate on the question. The question will be called for, and that means that we have to vote on the amendment as presented. So let me just say this before we vote. You can't vote before the voting picture shows up on the screen. If you vote before that and then sit back, your vote won't be counted. You need to wait until we say, well, let's vote, and then the screen changes to show the issue to be voted. Now, vote.
The vote is on calling the question, right?
Oh, yes, okay, sorry. The vote is on calling the question. Thanks, Mike. All those in favor of... It's been made and seconded. Thank you for straightening me out. All right, so the vote is to call the question. I don't think you can handle that on the voting machine, or no? You can? Okay, 1 minute, we will have it. Yeah. I don't know. All right, here we go. Here we go on the question of calling the question. Those in favor of calling the question, please vote yes. Those in favor, 531 and against 51. That's wonderful. Okay, it passes the 2/3 majority. That means that debate is cut off, and now we get to vote on the amendment as presented. The amendment as presented is to transfer $14,238 from the insurance, et cetera fund to the library salaries fund. Ready to vote? Let's vote. Is there a problem?
Yes.
Oh. It's $14,238? $14,238. Can you do that now?
Mr. Moderator, do you want me to change the slide now and we'll re-vote on it, or do you just want to vote on?
Change the slide so
Okay.
that the number is correct and we'll re-vote on
And
it.
it's 14,238?
That's correct. You know, I love this voting system. You think of all the things we have to do. We have to figure out whether we get tellers and running around trying to catch votes and who's stamped and who isn't stamped and standing votes, sitting votes, all kinds of unanimous votes. This is a wonderful system, but, you know, nothing's absolutely perfect. Here we go. 238, right? Beautiful, okay. Let's,
14,238, is that correct, Mr. Moderator?
yes, that's what I hear. Let's vote. Those in favor, 427. Those against, 148. The amendment carries. All right, now, there was a second amendment, and I'm told that there's a problem with the second amendment. That's something that I think you should discuss with the town.
Okay.
I'm told by our town council that the Department of Revenue, or who? Yes.
We can,
Mark Reich, our town council.
Can we do this offline? Is this something that has to be town meeting? Can we do this offline?
This is just about whether the bottom line,
Yeah.
you know, whether it's the bottom line or whether it's broken into salaries. It's always been bottom.
Okay. I mean, it's always been a bottom line, and we just wanted to, I don't know why they broke it out into three separate. So we were just hoping it would be a bottom line budget again.
If I may, Mr. Moderator, I think the issue is that in general, the Department of Revenue that oversees funding for the town, that would review all your funding, would review for production of the cherry sheet and other documents, there's a strong dislike at the Department of Revenue for bottom line budgets,
Okay.
which is what triggers the breakout for salaries and expenses. So that's what triggers that. I don't think it's intended for any other purpose.
No, I didn't think it was. As I stated before, we're bound by certain state regulations through the Mass Library Department, and so
There's no regulation.
money, transferring money and whatnot. I just didn't know if it was going to, if it was going to.
There's nothing in state law for public libraries that says it must be broken out.
No, I know that. I'm asking why I'm telling them why we need the bottom line.
Right, you said it because.
So I just didn't know if that would harm us from being able to shift money around.
I really honestly don't know, but I think that's something you should have discussed with the selectmen beforehand. I've heard nothing
They did
about
not tell us that they were going to divide our budget. I didn't know that until, I didn't know they were doing that.
The omnibus article was out when? Anyway, it seems like you're changing the omnibus article as compared to what everybody understood. You've got two items there, now you're adding to one, and now you want to combine them and put them into a single one. It sounds to me like it's out of order, so I'm sorry, I rule it out of order. And I would say get with the selectmen and the administrator and move it next year. Because right now, I'm not sure what the results would be if you make that amendment. And I don't want to put the town at risk. So
It's going to put us at
now,
risk.
so are there any other, I don't think we've got all the, I think that was the last pass. So I believe we are ready to move the omnibus article as amended. Further discussion on that? So the vote is to approve the omnibus article as it has been amended by the amendments we've entertained. Are we voting? Let's vote. Are we hitting the 10-second? There we go. Those in favor, 491. Those against, 61. Thank you very much. The motion passes. We move to Article 7. Mr. Brown.
Water and sewer. The numbers are in dollars. I move that the following sums are appropriated for the operation of the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021. Salaries, $423,103. Expenses, $1,366,586. Capital outlay, $30,000. Debt, $793,807. Emergency reserve uncollectible, $40,350. Total, $2,653,846. And that $2,090,418 is to be funded from Water and Sewer Department receipts for said purposes, with $793,807 in water and sewer debt costs raised through property taxes, less $230,370 in indirect costs funded from Water and Sewer Department receipts to be transferred to the general fund.
Seconded by Mr. Sheehan. Further discussion on the motion?
Brendan Bronk Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. The general, I saw that there was reports of the inspections that took place on the water sewer. Is that the follow-up work that's going to take place? Is that all included in this for the water sewer enterprise, or does that come out of the general funds for water sewer?
Are you asking for?
We had the
what
inspection. We
inspections?
inspected the sewer line all the way from town all the way to the
Oh.
sewer treatments, and there's follow-up work that's going to be done. Does the money come from the enterprise fund, or does it come from the general funds for water sewer?
So for the main sewer project on the Linway that we're going to be completing this year, that's coming from the borrowing article that we approved last year. So it doesn't come out of the current enterprise account or the omnibus.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Okay. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 478. Those opposed, 31. Motion carries. Article 8. Mr. Brown.
I move that the sum of $30,000 is hereby appropriated from retained earnings in the sewer and water enterprise fund for paving, including all costs and incidental or related to.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 452. Those against, 8. Thank you very much. The motion carries. Article 9, Mr. Sheehan.
Article 9, Rubbish Enterprise. I move that the following sums are appropriated from the operation of the Rubbish Enterprise Fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021. Salaries, $60,577. Expenses, $506,550. Total, $567,127. And that $567,127 is to be funded from the Rubbish Department receipts for said purposes.
Seconded by Ms. Betty. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 476. Those against, 23. The motion carries. Article 10, Ms. Tarmy.
Article 10, compost area. I move that the sum of $50,000 is hereby appropriated from retained earnings in the Rubbish Enterprise Fund for the costs associated with the maintenance of the compost area, including all costs incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote.
All the flippers back there don't seem to be registering, so why are we here if these things don't work?
This is the third one I've had.
It's the third one I had, and there's more people back there that these things are not working. So why are we here?
Are there anybody else here that has to go back and get one that's working, or is it just us in the back row?
Yeah,
Gentlemen.
nothing. This is my third one, his third one.
And I don't know how many people have thought they were voting.
People are just right, just pushing buttons, and there's nothing, no lights or nothing.
We'll get it fixed. Thanks, guys. Sorry.
Before the 22nd one.
Well, hang on a second.
May take a long time, but a handbook might be in order for those. They don't get this fixed. We're all wasting our time.
All right, well, how can we get somebody to take care of that?
All right, so there seems to be a few people having issues with their clickers, or that the vote is registering. Just bear with us for a second, sir. Obviously we will do, okay, well, obviously we'll do what we can to make sure that, your vote's recorded and it's done right. Maybe we can throw a test question up after this. Are we in the middle of an article right now?
We are right now.
So after this, maybe we can throw a test question up to try it out. Your clicker, unless a question is
pending on the screen. If you hit a button, you should get a cross in the little window in the top left corner. If if you're pressing buttons outside of when a question is up, it may not register anything. So we'll run a test question after this article. How about that?
Sounds good. All right. There being no discussion that I see on Article 10, can we vote? Those in favor, 544. Those against, 43. The motion carries. That's 590 voters. I think we've got a new world's record here. That's really great. We're going to run a test vote to make sure everybody's voting things are working. Yeah, but some people, yeah. Yes, sir, Michael.
As you run the test question,
Yeah?
could you let the voters know what they should look for on their voting device to ensure that it's operating properly?
Yes, we can. And I'm going to call on Jessica.
Mr. Moderator, the test question is currently open for voting. It will be on the screen in 1 moment.
And Jessica is, by the way, is Jessica Mancini, but she's not related to the greatest musician. So,
Why don't you hold the clicker up to a video camera so people can see what it's supposed to look like?
Jessica, you can use mine. It's totally unused. Jessica, you looking for one to use?
I am. So, what you should see on your device Okay, so on your device, if you were to push 1 now, you would see 1A. You would see what looks like a little wireless sort of signal button. And you would see on this one, we're using channel 74. There's channel 74 and channel 50. The receivers are on that third tent pole right there. And you will see a green button, or I'm sorry, a green light on the right-hand side. Does everybody see that? Once you get that green light after you push the button, that's how you know your vote went in.
Which channel did you say is being used?
Channel 74 and channel 50. Doesn't matter which one. There's 2 receivers up there. So I'm going to go ahead and start the 10-second countdown on this one. And then we're going to do a test when polling is not open so that you can see what it looks like, okay? It does. Okay, so we're getting our last 10 seconds in. Okay, so it looks like we have 533 yes and 86 no. So now I'm going to switch to a slide where polling is not open. This is just a general slide that we have up. Now, if you were to push your clicker now, you're going to see that it's going to give you a 74 or 50 with a line through it. That means polling is not open. So if you get something like this, the question is not open. Now, there may be times when I am in the back preparing for your next question, and I will open polling for you, but it hasn't popped up on the screen yet. So I know some of you are saying, well, I don't see the question, but polling is open, and that is the reason why. So I'm going to ask that when you see the question on the screen, and it says either the yes or the no along with the text of the article, that is when you go ahead and vote, okay? Does anybody have any questions for me? No?
Thank you very much, Jessica. All right. I think the next one is Article 11. That's recycling carts.
Yes, it
And
is.
Ms. Darmy.
Article 11, recycling carts. I move that the sum of $75,000 is hereby appropriated from retained earnings in the Rubbish Enterprise Fund for the costs associated with the purchase of recycling carts, including all costs incidental or related thereto.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none. Jessica, let's vote. Those in favor, 476. Those against, 93. The motion carries. Article 12, Ms. Tarry.
Article 12, recreation revolving. I move that the town accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53D, thereby authorizing parks and recreation revolving accounts for general recreation, basketball, sailing, tennis, 4th of July, tot lots, playground equipment, and for the Youth Commission.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. $540 in favor, 24 against. The motion carries.
Hi, I just spoke with Jessica, and you should know that when you initially hit your button, whether it's yes or no, it will flash red at first, and then it will flash green when it registers. So if you hold your finger on the yes button or the no button, whichever, it will flash red at first until it registers, and then it will flash green. So perhaps that's what's happening. So just wanted to make you aware of that.
Great, and I hope everybody has a working device at this point. No? You may need to go back to, Jessica, where can they get a corrected device? Yeah, at the front desk, they have a lot. We ordered like 1,200 of these things for the day, so. All right. Anybody else is having a non-functioning device, please get to the front desk. Yeah. All right. Article 13. Ms. Beatty.
Hi. Article 13, and this is to amend Article 4 of the general bylaws and establish fiscal year spending limits. I move that the town amend Section 8 of Article 4 of the general bylaws, authorizing 2 new revolving funds and establish spending limits, therefore, as printed in the warrant. And if you'll look in the warrant, you'll see that these 2 funds are for the Conservation Commission and for the Board of Appeals. And it's $10,000 for the Board of Appeals and $20,000 for the Conservation Commission. And so this will make it easier to authorize, to pay for expenses and authorized expenses.
Seconded by Mr. Brown. Further discussion of the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. $501 in favor, 75 against. The motion carries. Article 14, Ms. Zahora.
I move that the sum of $25,000 is hereby appropriated to the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund, and that this appropriation is funded from free cash.
Seconded by Mr. Sheehan. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. I don't know talk to Tony. I don't know that anything that can be changed about that. Talk with Tony, I don't know. I don't think this can be changed. Those in favor, 486. Those opposed, 54. The motion carries. Article 15, Mr. Lewis.
Article 15, stabilization. I move that the sum of $125,000 is hereby appropriated to the stabilization fund
and that this appropriation is funded from free cash.
Seconded by Ms. Tarmy. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 488. Those opposed, 43. The motion carries. Before we do the next motion, someone has suggested that some of the signals from the back of the room may be blocked by the people in front of you. So if you stand up or raise your hand, then it will register. It may be a problem from that standpoint. I don't think we've never dealt with a crowd quite this big, so there's a certain amount of creaking and groaning that's going to have to happen. Okay, Article 16, Ms. Zahora.
I move that the sum of $100,000 is hereby appropriated for paving throughout the town, including the payment of all incidental and related costs, and that this appropriation is funded from free cash.
Seconded by Mr. Fulgham. Further discussion of the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Fulgham. Those in favor, 529. Those opposed, 29. The motion carries. Article 17, Mr. Lewis.
Article 17, motion, Town Hall Capital, Municipal Finance Software. I move that the sum of $350,000 is hereby appropriated to purchase and install municipal finance software and applications, including the payment of all incidental or related costs, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, 9, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premiums applied to the payment of the costs of issuing of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Ms. Zahora. Further discussion on the motion?
Just quickly, seems like a lot of money for software, but in discussions with Tony and Debbie Waters and other folks over the past year, it seems like a right investment to bring Nahant systems into a modern era. That's all.
Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 494. Those against, 101. The motion carries. Article 18, Ms. Tarmy.
Article 18, Police Department Capital, Two-Way Radio Communications. I move that the sum of $190,000 is hereby appropriated to purchase and install two-way radio communications equipment and software, and that to meet this appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Sections 7, 1, and 9, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the transfer therefor. Any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Mr. Sheehan. Further discussion of the motion?
Brendan Baronic Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. I had a question whether or not the police or fire EMS have had the ability to test this prospective radio system to determine whether it will resolve previously experienced communication issues, and what were the findings of those tests?
I'm going to invite Chief Dwyer to come up here and answer some of the more detailed questions. I know he's eager to get behind the microphone.
The answer to your question is yes, simply yes. I've been dealing with this problem for over 2 years, and it's getting to a point where it's an officer safety problem. So what we did, we had the company come in, a couple of companies come in and set up demos. So we set up demos. It did make a difference, but we need to build the system outward a little bit and start. We have to put a receiver down here at the firehouse. We talked about putting a receiver up at the town hall, somewhere up at East Point area. And it's also going to be at the tower over in Wayne. The fire department currently is connected over there, will give us communication, pick up our communication better over here in Nahant. We have a lot of dead areas. I've been here for 30 years. The last 11 years as the police chief. It's getting worse and worse. Over in Bass Point, we had an emergency. I happened to be over there. We could not get out of Bass Point with the current radio system we have. I bring the professionals in to give me their opinion. They automatically went to replace the equipment. I'm very cautious on spending taxpayers' money. I did a lot of research. We brought equipment in to see if we could find out what the problem was. And the equipment we brought in didn't work, so now we have to build out a little bit. Similar to what the fire department did a few years ago, because they couldn't communicate. So they're in a different type of system, but we can all communicate together, but they're in a different type of system where they actually, all their calls go through Lynn Dispatch, and it feeds back to the fire. So they're connected to Wayne Tower over there. We're doing a similar project, so we can have the communication ability over here.
Okay. And I guess the only follow-up question I had with the prospective system, is there any limitations with offshore use or communication with the water rescue team?
Well, obviously we have Coast Guard. So we can connect to Coast Guard, fire can connect to Coast Guard. So if we get something going on the water, it's multiple agencies in the system will have short answer to that, yes, we'll be able to connect and communicate with them during water emergencies.
Okay.
Obviously, there's going to be spots which we're not going to know until we get the system up and running exactly, but for the most part, we're going to be covered.
Okay. And I guess my last question is more focused on the perspective system. Is it connected to the internet?
I believe it is. I believe parts of it is. Yes, it is. It's going to be. There's going to be some fiber involved. Yes, there is.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any known security concerns of this product?
Zero.
Okay. Who's responsible for maintaining the software security and implementing the critical updates?
Okay. So the answer. I did see some of your questions early on, and so this is from the professionals. The proposed system is covered under. Well, not for the warranty. Due to the hardened design of the system, maintenance is minimal, so that's one of your questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
The manufacturer recommends yearly PM, preventive maintenances, which we'll do. We call them in once a year, they go over the equipment, make adjustments. The annual cost for that would be $2,604 a year. However, the system's under warranty, I believe, for 2, possibly 3 years. It's under warranty. They cover everything for the first 2 or 3 years. Go back to that question you initially asked me.
About the maintaining the system security, because I'm assuming that the radios themselves have software, firmware that's within them.
Right. According to, nothing has to be upgraded. Once the system's in, it's in.
Okay.
There's no upgrades that I'm aware of at this point.
Okay, so I guess my last
Gentlemen, you promise this will be your last?
Yes, I do promise
For
this
the
is
afternoon,
the last.
I hope.
I would say that every citizen has the right to ask questions.
Absolutely, absolutely, but we are not designing the radio system here.
No,
We're just buying it. We're not designing it. Are you proposing to oppose it on the basis
no.
that the software isn't sufficiently upgraded?
We just had a major gas line shut down because of software, because it was connected to the internet. So that I want to make sure whatever system we're getting, we don't.
All right,
open up
ask
a
your
new
last question. Let's go.
My last question just had to deal with the overall maintenance costs. So like if there's no additional costs outside of what's been discussed, like there's not going to be additional service fees or.
No, it's not going to be. I have money built into my budget for maintenance costs for the equipment we currently run. So after the 2 or 3 years after it's out of warranty, yes, I'm going to have a maintenance cost to bring them in once a year. They check the equipment, make sure it's tuned properly, and if I have an issue outside the 3 years, I can't predict what could happen to the equipment. Could be a lightning strike. We've had those, and the equipment goes down. So for the most part, a new system, we're going to have very few problems with it. Hopefully, no problems with it. I can't predict the future, but I'm hoping that this will take care of the majority of our problems with the communication. This is the lifeline for the residents. This is the lifeline for our offices. And if those radios aren't working and they can't communicate back to control, so we can get resources over here, we're in trouble. So it's scary when the police officers are pushing the button for help, and we don't understand what the controls not understanding what's going on. So this wasn't an easy project. There's a lot of time and effort put into this. So I appreciate your support, and I appreciate your questions.
Thank you very much, and I would urge all residents to support this article.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor of 595, those against 35. The motion carries, and it's by more than a 2/3 majority. Article 18, Ms. Tarmy. Oh, is that what we just did? 19, Ms. Beatty.
This is the motion for Article 19. I move that the sum of $112,000 is hereby appropriated to purchase a backhoe loader and a water sewer utility truck and appurtenant fixtures, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that this appropriation is funded from water and sewer retained earnings. And I should note, as you'll see in the warrant, that the reason for this is that the old vehicles, there are safety issues now and utility issues. And so that's why this is being proposed.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis. Further discussion on the motion?
Brendan Bronick Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. Had some questions for the DPW. In general, if Article 19 is requesting $112,000 to be used to purchase the backhoe and the sewer truck, given the news about supply shortages, is the requested amount still enough?
I am asking Zach Taylor, our DPW superintendent, to come up. I can probably answer some questions as well. Your first one is the 112 enough to do both? The answer is yes.
Okay. I guess then, is there any concern about availability of actually acquiring these? Like, are we going to have to wait, an extra 6-12 months just to get the equipment?
Actually, the backhoe, our previous backhoe failed back in August. So we actually started renting a new backhoe, paid for out of the current fiscal year budget. So we are actually in like a rent to buy scenario. So we already have the backhoe. This would give us the money to purchase it instead of continuing to rent.
Okay. That skips actually most of all of that fun stuff. So I guess is there any proprietary technology associated with the backhoe that involves licensing fees or specific vendors?
No.
Okay, great. And the sewer truck, is that by any chance considered a high water vehicle? Or is there like a known clearance step that it can cross?
I mean, it's a Ford 550. It's the biggest model that we'd get.
Okay.
It's certainly not a high water vehicle, but I think at that point you're using some heavy equipment anyway.
Yep. And then are either the backhoe or the truck potential to use biofuels?
Likely not. The only thing that you could probably do is use the vegetable oil for hydraulic oil. That's an option, but in terms of the engine, the backhoe would be a diesel engine.
So the biodiesel is not possible with it?
I can look into it for you. I can't answer that now, but
That's
I
fine.
don't think so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Brendan.
Further discussion on the motion? Thanks, Jack. Seeing and hearing none, let's vote. Those in favor, 603. Those opposed, 25. The motion carries. Article 20, Ms. Zahora.
Mr. Moderator, are you going to split that question?
Pardon me?
Are you going to split this?
Yes, this question is, the motion is divided into 2 motions. The one is for the authorization to sell the town hall property, and that's just a majority vote. And the second part is authorization of borrowing to demolish the houses and that sort of thing. So that's a 2/3 majority vote.
Thank you. I move that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to dispose of the town-owned property on Castle Road and Goddard Drive, known as the Coast Guard Housing, identified by the assessors as parcel 12D-0-41, and described in a deed recorded in the Essex County Registry of Deeds in Book 24011, page 401, and apply the proceeds of such sale in accordance with General Law, Chapter 44, subsection 63 of the General Laws, under the following conditions. That the existing houses are demolished, the in-ground oil storage tanks are removed, the land is leveled, the land is subdivided, and subject to any title issues being resolved, 12 individual lots are sold with deed restrictions prohibiting any single individual, entity, or group from purchasing more than one lot, prohibiting, would you like to get that? No?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Okay, I'm busy now. Well, let's see. Back to 12. 12 individual lots are sold with deed restrictions prohibiting any single individual entity group from purchasing more than one lot, prohibiting any lot from being combined with any other lot, and limiting the maximum floor area ratio of said lots to 25%, and further, to reduce construction congestion and authorize the Board of Selectmen to sell alternating lots in 2 offerings over 2 years.
Seconded by Mr. Vanderslice. Further discussion on the motion? Michael?
Mr. Barber.
Okay, Peter.
Good afternoon, Pete Barber, 22 Emerald Road. I'm the chairman of the Coast Guard Design and Development Advisory Committee. I'm hoping you all had a chance to attend one or both of our presentations, the first one being last September, and we held one on April 28th. Today I'll go over some information from those presentations, but due to time constraints, it is whittled down a little bit. Slide 2, please. Our committee was formed at town meeting in 2017. Keep in mind that there were 2 prior committees that also worked on the disposition of this property before us. We've been working on this collectively for 16 years. The current committee took the approach based on the objective in order to maximize the long-term benefits to the town. We collected and studied data to help direct us towards our recommendation and hope that it's balanced and fair. Slide 3. The basic background information on the existing site is it's currently deeded as one parcel of property with 12 houses on it. The houses were built in the 1950s as temporary military housing. They are 2x3 construction, slab on grade, uninsulated, with roofs and heating systems that date back to the 1970s. There are also underground heating oil storage tanks that are dated and could have potential to leak, impacting the environment and costing the town in cleanup costs. These houses are past their useful life and require an estimated $30,000 to $35,000 each in improvements just to keep them going as rental properties. Due to the type of construction, they would not meet current building codes or energy codes, and improvements would be very costly to owners to bring them or any part of them up to current building and energy standards. The town still owes $1.86 million on the loan, and the loan is due in 2024. To date, the town has only made 2 principal payments, and we've paid $762,000 in interest. The houses are rented, but mostly at below market rates due to the fact that the renters are month to month. The town does use some of that rental income, approximately $125,000 a year, in general operating budget. This number does vary year to year based on repair expenses and turnover. The town usually spends between $6,000 and as much as $20,000 a year on improvements when new tenants are moving in, things like cabinet, paint, carpet, and appliances. Slide 4, please. I know this is a busy slide, but it's our work plan. The committee developed this 6-phase work plan to guide us through the process, whereby we put a list of options together, developed a list of criteria to judge those options. We worked with real estate professionals. We collected and studied data from various sources to help us with this scoring. This gave us the ability to score each option against data in an unbiased manner. Here's a list of some of the information and data we collected. A site assessment from the Hall Company, and for those that don't know, the Hall Company has managed the property since the town purchased it. We used the government assessment of the property from the time of the sale. We looked at census information, 1- and 3-year trends for home sales, home buying comparisons, property tax information, 40B Massachusetts affordable housing laws, as well as Nahant zoning bylaws, subdivision bylaws, Chapter 30B procurement laws, 2017 Selectmen Survey, various materials from the prior 2 committees, underground storage tank documentations, leases and rental information, and we worked with 2 separate engineering companies as well as local real estate professionals. We also met with several town boards and committees as well as solicited public input. So a lot of work went into this. Slide 6. I'm going to go over the criteria we used to score the option. We did basic scoring from 0 to 10, 0 being low, 10 being high. All of our scoring was done by each member of the committee at home. They took home their scorecard and did the scoring so that there was no bias. Our first criteria was design and character that fit with the neighborhood. This criteria had a double weight on scoring since the committee felt most strongly about how this property would fit into the neighborhood, the Bass Point area, and all of Nahant. The financial criteria was broken down to two different layers. The first one was the financial sales income, and the second one was the ongoing rent revenue or tax revenue or ongoing costs if we turned it into open space. Each one of the financial sections were scored at 50% weighting. The next criteria was impact on the neighborhood. We wanted to look at the impact on the neighborhood, not only of the immediate abutters, but the Bass Point area and the school. We scored on traffic, housing density, and transition to end state. The next 2 criteria on meeting the housing needs of the town, the first being affordability. Scoring was essentially against low versus high cost in housing. The second criteria on meeting housing needs of the housing needs of the town was elderly and young families. Nahant has an aging population looking to downsize, but also a lack of new young families looking to purchase in Nahant. The next criteria was affordable B housing. Unfortunately, Nahant does not have a 40B plan in place. 40B is an extremely complicated law with legal requirements and a 40B process that's very difficult. It was difficult for the committee to understand and address without this 40B plan. It would also have taken a lengthy and expensive legal counsel. So we ended up dropping this criteria from our scoring. What we did learn about 40B was there are friendly and unfriendly 40B projects. What concerned the committee was that an unfriendly developer could obtain this property and deem all or a portion of it 40B and not have to comply with any zoning bylaws. This could result in an unwanted project all the way up to a high-rise development. The next criteria was being respectful of zoning bylaws. The committee wanted to protect against overdevelopment. And final criteria was the ability to execute. Basically, can it be done? Will townspeople agree that this recommendation is fair and balanced in the short and long-term financial needs, the housing needs of the town, while taking into account impacts on the neighborhood and the town? Bottom line is, will this body vote to recommend and move forward. Slide 7. So now you know how we developed and executed the work plan and criteria. Let's look at the options. Keep in mind there were a lot of other options talked about, but the committee was able to quickly eliminate them and focus on ones that made sense. So we started with open space, just tearing down the houses right away, paying off the loan with other means through taxes or CPC funding. Option 2 was to continue renting the existing houses to pay off the loan and then turn the property into open space. Option 3, sell enough houses or lots to pay off the loan and turn the rest into open space. Option 4 was an over 55 community with a senior center. Option 5 was to design and build a sample house, sell that house, and use the proceeds to design and build the next, and so on. Option 6 was more lots at 9,500 square feet. Option 7 was every lot 10,000 square feet and the remaining land becomes open space. Option 8 was townhouses to open space. Option 9 was single-family houses and townhouses. Next slide, please. Option 10 was to sell them as is with restrictions. Option 11 was to tear down and sell 10 lots with restrictions, and option 12 was to tear down the houses and sell 12 lots with restrictions. Some other options that were discussed were tiny houses, more houses on much smaller lots, large-scale development, apartment-type buildings, or a small condo complex. Little or no research was done since the committee felt there were too many hurdles to overcome. These all added density to the neighborhood, increased traffic, zoning issues, and if done by a developer, upfront sales would be taken by that developer. Next slide. So the committee's recommendation, you've heard it, I'm going to repeat it. Tear down existing 12 houses, contour the land to improve aesthetics, runoff, and marketability, and divide into 12 buildable lots. The proceeds of the sale shall pay off the loan and all associated costs for the removal of the houses, contouring of the land, legal fees to subdivide the property, and any other associated costs. The town should retain the following tracts of land: a 15-foot wide path to connect the Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill, a 30.9-foot wide tract of land abutting the golf course, and the property that allows dirt road access to the bunker. We further recommend that the minimum bid for a house be set at the current market value. Limit the purchase of one lot per individual entity or group, and staggering sales by selling every other house lot over a 2-year period. This will help prevent someone from buying 2 lots and combining them. It also spreads out the sales over a 2-year period, lessens the flooding of the market with so many lots on the market at one time. And finally, through deed restrictions, no lots can be combined, and to limit the floor area ratio to 25%. 23 is the average of the butters. So the following slide, next slide please, I'll go into a little more detail. In our recommendation that we point out that we want to keep 3 tracts of land. To the blue block to the far left represents an area that abuts the golf course. One of the golf cart paths actually run through the corner of the property. Most of that tract of land is a steep incline and doesn't add any value to the adjacent lot. To the bottom of the page is the encroachment of the dirt road to the bunker. Keeping this land allows for clear access to the bunker. And then in the middle of the page is a 15-foot wide path that would connect the Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill. Currently, there is an easement on the property, and we think the town should retain it and have it. We envision a path with some shrubs or trees on both sides so that it would give privacy to the 2 adjacent lots. Next slide, please. Our recommendation asks to have deed restrictions for a 25% floor area ratio to be placed on the property. This chart is showing rough lot sizes with houses of 45% floor area ratio, which is allowed by current zoning bylaws, and also showing if with the restriction of a 25% floor area ratio. As you can see, a 10,000 square foot lot could have a house that's 4,500 square feet, and that's allowable by zoning bylaw. The largest house on the largest lot would be somewhere around 6,000 square feet. With 25% floor area ratio, the largest house on the smallest lot is 2,500, and the largest house on the largest lot would be somewhere around 3,335 square feet. Next slide. So this is actually in the back of your warrant book. This is in color. The orange blocks are the existing houses, and the blue blocks are 45% floor area ratio. Next slide. This slide shows the same thing, only the existing houses are in orange, but the blue blocks are 25% floor area ratio. Slide 15, please. And this is just an aerial rendition that one of our engineering companies did to show kind of the difference in what it looks like. Through our work over the past 4 years, the committee sees this option as giving the town a clean sheet of paper approach that will aesthetically improve the neighborhood by removing the carbon copy houses built up on mounds. By selling the house lots, the town can take in between 4.2 and 4.8 million, so that the town can pay off the loan of 1.88 million, recoup the money already spent on the loan, plus the $762,000 we've spent in interest. Preparing the lots would run the town approximately $300,000. That would give us somewhere between $1 million and $1.8 million as a bumper. Keep in mind that we do have 10 oil tanks that are still in the ground, and if those are leaking, we will have to pay cleanup costs. In working with real estate professionals, the committee came to the realization that any developer wanting to purchase this land for development would pay the minimum amount. The 2 previous committees did receive offers, and those offers were $2.1 million, which is what we bought the land for, and both of those had houses or residents in the count of about 28. With the way the market is right now, with materials, that number 28 could go much higher. And we were trying to, fight overdevelopment. The other concern we have is a 40B unfriendly development, as I mentioned in the scoring criteria. 40B is a state law, basically requires towns to meet a number of housing units or land area that are affordable by the law's definition. When a developer builds 40B construction, they don't need to comply with any zoning bylaws. That's any. An unfriendly 40B developer can essentially build, as I said earlier, a high-rise, a condo complex. Our schools probably wouldn't be able to support it if it was that big. And there wouldn't be anything we could do to stop it. Chapter 30B procurement laws. The committee understands that there are families that live in these houses, and we would love to be able to offer them first right of refusal to purchase a house or a lot. However, Massachusetts 30B procurement laws require that these property go out to public bid, and favoritism can't be shown to anyone. The current residents can bid on these properties just as anyone else can. So the loan is coming due, we continue to pay interest, and the real estate market is an all-time high. Now is the time to act. I want to thank the members of my committee. I think we did an outstanding job. We worked very hard, and I urge you all to vote in favor of this recommendation.
Hear, hear. A lot of work by the committee. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Barber. Further discussion on the motion?
My name is Michael Manning. I live at 12 Fennel Way. I rise to, first of all, thank Mr. Barba and his committee for their excellent work and presentation up to this point. I do, however, believe that the fact that they did not use in their criteria
Michael, as I understand it, you're about to make a motion that is not debatable. And if you're making a motion that's not debatable, you can't debate it first.
In that case, I'll proceed to the motion, Mr. Moderator. Pursuant to Nahant Town Bylaws, Article 2, Section 9, I move to refer the matter under discussion to the Planning Board until the next annual town meeting to determine whether the recommended approach is in the best interests of the town, advantageously meeting its objectives for affordable housing under Massachusetts General Laws 40B on regional planning.
Motion has been made to refer the motion. Is there a second? Is somebody second? Okay, motion has been made and seconded. A motion to refer under our bylaws is not debatable. So in order to deal with the motion, we have to vote. So those in favor of referring the main motion to the planning board in accordance with the motion to refer, vote in yes. And those against, vote no. Do we have a question? Yes. He made a motion to refer this article to the planning board. And in so what that would be is we would not act on the main motion today. Instead, it would go to the planning board to be acted on. And a motion to refer is under our bylaws. It's like calling the question. It's not debatable. It simply must be voted on.
So I understand that it's not debatable, so what you're saying, if I understand that, then this motion means that it goes to the planning board and then they'll decide in a year.
I don't know whether they'll decide in a year or not. If you vote yes, then this will be referred to the planning board and not be acted on this year at this town meeting. If you vote no, then we proceed and deal with the main motion. So we're going to take a little extra time and make sure everybody's vote is counted here. But let's go ahead and vote. Is the vote open? Well, it's open now. Okay. Okay, we're going to start the 10-second countdown. Those in favor of referring to committee, 301. Those against, 536. The motion fails. Now we go to further discussion on the main motion. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
What?
I'm sorry.
Don't be
My
sorry.
turn?
Your turn.
My name's Chesley Taylor. I live right over there on Flash Road. I fully support this article. I think it's way about time we did something. We have only a few more years before the whole nut is due. We've been spending, and Peter, great job because you updated my numbers. I like to go by the numbers. $762,000 we've paid in interest. We've been just paying interest for 11 out of 13 years. When I was on the Board of Selectmen, Mr. Burrell and I tried to sell these and ran into the next meeting. Which was Peter Barber, and he did a great job. Congratulations. I only have one thing to really add because he covered everything, and he really did. I think Nahant should really get out of the rental business. I really think it's beyond. To take the money that we've been getting from renting to pay off an interest on a loan and then to balance our budget, I think is about time we didn't do it anymore. I just think it's outdated. And I fully support this, and I hope we pass it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Paula Devereaux, for Intervale Road in Nahant, and I'm also chair of the Open Space and Recreation Plant Committee. And I want to thank the Coast Guard Housing Committee for voting to retain the easements for the Heritage Trail and the other open space that is required in that area. I do have a question for Town Council, because I didn't hear the exact wording of the motion, and I just want to make sure that the motion does allow for the selectmen to retain that land and those easements.
Well, legal's taking a look to answer your specific question.
I just want to make sure, because you got to be careful with this.
Sure. The
in town
town
meeting votes.
The town owns the entire lot now. So what this article is doing is authorizing the sale of those other portions. So we're actually not going to retain an easement of our own property, right? But he's going to answer the question that the article specifically states that.
Thank you.
So we don't see it there in the motion, but we'll entertain a friendly amendment to make sure it's in there.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a friendly amendment to make sure that the town, in disposing of the property, retains the 3 areas that were shown. One for the Heritage Trail, one abutting the golf course, and one for the dirt road to the bunker.
We're going to work on a little language for that, but we'll put it in. Okay, so under the following conditions and you got the motion. Why don't you read it? Yeah, it's your motion. Okay, we've got a friendly amendment to accept what Paula had talked about, which we appreciate very much. And our town council will now read the addendum to the motion to cover those 3 areas.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think as you probably see in the original article, Article 20, there were a list of conditions, and they were somewhat abbreviated in the original motion. So the original motion would include the conditions that were previously read, and then would include an approximate 15-foot wide path to connect the Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill, an approximate 30-foot wide easement abutting the golf course to clear encroachment of the first tee, and an approximate 10 to 20-foot wide easement abutting Bailey's Hill to eliminate any encroachment to the dirt road access to the bunker. So that would be the friendly amendment to be added to the conditions that had already been read.
Further discussion? Yes.
Are we discussing the amendment now?
Yeah, the amendment was accepted as a
Okay, I don't have discussion on the amendment.
no, the amendment is accepted
Oh, okay.
by the maker. So that's a fait
you.
accompli, so to speak.
Fine.
And you can speak on the main motion.
So I'm Judy Walsh, 33 High Street. I believe that this town has precious little affordable housing. And the idea of taking away 12 houses, that each of which contains certainly more than one person, makes no sense at all. You were talking about the cost of upgrading the houses so that they would be in condition to go forward as they are. And so $35,000 for each of the 12 houses would be $420,000. It seems to me that that is worthwhile doing rather than spending $300,000 to make the lots level and sell them off. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next, any further discussion, please?
Heather Goodwin, 22 Breezy Hill Terrace. I'm happy for this opportunity to speak publicly about the Coast Guard housing warrant, and I think you should vote no, and this is why. This land belongs to Nahant and our community. 8 years ago, we had a plan to help our most vulnerable residents, our elderly. The problem of affordable and elderly housing has not gone away. In fact, it's more crucial than ever that we address this problem in Nahant. This land can and should be used in a way that is beneficial to everyone. We should also think about the residents who already live there. That is affordable housing for them. That is their homes. These people are my neighbors, and they should not be forgotten about or just cast aside to make a quick buck. Our community also has an opportunity to create open space with this land if we choose. The committee said that carving out open space on this beautiful piece of land was too difficult. This land has ocean views. You can see all the way to East Point and Graves Light and beyond from it. Isn't that worth the trouble? I certainly think so. If I've learned anything this year, it's that anything is possible if the people of Nahant want to accomplish something they believe in. We are going to be borrowing hundreds of thousands of dollars just to start this process. And for me, there's too many unanswered questions still. If we are going to move forward with a plan for the future, we need to look to the past. We need to also honor the present. I believe that this is possible. Please vote no, so we can come together with a new vision for what we can do with this opportunity, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Nahant. We will never get a piece of land like this in Nahant to do something that matters again, something we can all look at and be proud of. And that vision might be different for everyone. Voting no gives us all a voice in what Nahant future can look like. The future I see includes collaboration between young and old, new residents and townies. It's inclusive, thoughtful, and benefits all of us. The chairman started his presentation saying that this is long-term benefits for the town. I guess what you need to do before you vote is ask yourself, what does long-term benefits to the town mean to you? Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion?
Hi, my name is Ben Zach, 18 Furbush Road. Just had a question regarding the conditions. So there were conditions on the floor area and other restrictions placed on the land, and how exactly are those conditions legally going to be enforced and placed on the property? And specifically, I guess, to the extent that could an actor who would otherwise be exempt from honoring the bylaws and zoning conditions still overbuild, and what would the consequence of that be?
So there'll be deed restrictions placed on each lot. That would limit the 25% floor area ratio and the inability to combine lots. Anyone going to get a building permit for anything larger than 25% floor area ratio would need to go in front of the zoning board. And, you know, that's kind of the protection, that's the enforcement.
Okay, so but if an entity was exempt from zoning regulations, could they still just build as they wish?
If it's 40B, they can build whatever they want.
Okay, so the only way to really prevent overbuilding or to control the land is we own it, right? Is that you know, the only way to do it is to hold on to it, right? Is that, or can covenants be attached to the deed and the title itself that change so that it becomes a legal issue and zoning is taken out of the picture because it's a legal covenant on the property and the title of the land itself?
I'm not a legal expert.
Okay, I mean, maybe that's be the legal counsel.
Repeat that?
Oh, is it possible to attach covenants to a parcel of land before it is sold that would form the basis of the enforcement that is sought by the proposal as it stands?
Well, the covenant would go in the deed that goes along with the parcel. And the covenant the covenant would go along with the deed that goes along with the parcel, and that would be enforceable by the abutting neighbors. And if there's a zoning issue, it would be enforceable through the building department.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Okay, so just so I'm clear that, so the way it's done now, that would be the zoning department that would be the enforcement, and
Anyone can file a request for enforcement through the building department and follow 48 in that direction. That exists for anyone at any point in any parcel. These particular parcels are envisioned with restrictions that go along with them regarding floor area ratio and combining parcels and whatnot.
Okay, so I guess one of the things that I'm thinking of is how do we avoid the situation we've got with Northeastern with this parcel of land going forward in the future, if it were to be sold?
Well, at this point, we own that parcel.
Right.
Unlike Northeastern, we never really owned that particular parcel before after the federal government obtained it. So this is a whole different, this is apples and oranges. We own them now, so we can put some control on how we sell them moving forward.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Oh, yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Rishi.
To the prior question, I think it's also important to recognize, as indicated in the presentation, the property will be that's owned by the town will be subject to sale pursuant to what's called Chapter 30B, Section 16. That's the Uniform Procurement Act. That section dictates how real property is sold by the town, and in that section, one of the requirements is that a request for proposals be issued for the sale of the property, and in that RFP, the town would put in conditions as to how the property is to be sold and what would be controlling in the sale. That would ultimately lead to any deed restrictions. So the conditions that town meeting sets, the conditions that town meeting places on that sale would translate to what goes into the RFP issued by the town administration, and that would limit the future use. So that's another mechanism whereby there would be protection as to how the property could be used in the future, because it would limit who would be the interested parties and how it would be sold and how it could be used. So I thought that would be more information for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Rish. Yes, sir.
Jody Grawl, 65A Bass Point Road. My question is exactly what you were just talking about, and the question is, what restrictions or what covenants can be placed on the deeds that, if this is approved, that go to the purchasers? Is it limited to the restrictions that have been raised today, one of which is the floor area ratio. The reason I ask this is the two newer houses that were just built on the corner of Nahant Road and Pond Street is actually a subdivision. And within that subdivision, there are restrictive covenants. The very first restrictive covenant on, there's 6 lots there, the restrictive covenant before the purchasers built, they had to submit the plans for approval. I would like a similar type restrictive covenant if this article is approved, so that somebody can submit the plans to somebody and they get approved. Another example of a restrictive covenant, believe it or not, is you can't have aluminum siding. Another one is the no window air conditioners. Another one is no satellite dishes. So can the Board of Selectmen, during the 30B process, list further restrictions other than the restrictions we've heard today, such as the floor area ratio, no buying two adjoining lots? And that's the question.
The Board of Selectmen are limited to what you restrict them to, how to act. So if you are interested in specific restrictions, you can make that part of a friendly amendment. If you want to give them some leeway in that regard, you're able to do that as well. So if you're specifically concerned about certain restrictions, you can make an amendment to try to include those in the vote. But if you want to give the selectmen some discretion in that regard, you have that right as well. But
I think that's too overwhelming, and I agree with the restrictions that the committee came up with. I think they're great. I think the committee did a great job. We're going to have 500 different opinions of what the restriction should be. So my question is, under the 30B process, can additional restrictions not heard today be added?
if that's how town meeting votes, yes. Because right now it's town-owned property. So if you authorize them to add restrictions they deem appropriate, then they can add more. But if you want more specificity with that,
Could
that
I
is part of the
throw
vote.
that out as a friendly amendment, that if this passes and the lots are sold by a 30B process, that the Board of Selectmen can add reasonable restrictions to the deed?
Yes. Well,
So the other point is, this will be a new subdivision, so it has to go in front of the planning board, and any additional restrictions could be discussed by the planning board and put on by the planning board.
Okay, if that's the answer, my question is, do we have wiggle room to add more restrictions in not just the floor area ratio, the time you have to build, the joining of lots?
Yeah, thank you. I think I can try to jump in a little bit here. So the restrictions you vote today would be requirements. That would limit the authority of the Board of Selectmen. Board of Selectmen then has the authority, as they develop the RFP, to determine what's in the best interest of the town developing that RFP, and that can include additional restrictions, fine-tuning. So I think it wouldn't be necessary today. I think you said you're not interested in putting in those fine-tuning points, but the selectmen can do that in the best interest of the town. And ultimately, the proposal would have to specify how the property is going to be used. Kind of like you were talking about submitting a plan. A proposal would actually have to show what is going to be done with the property, and then ultimately it would go to the planning board to approve for final approval. But the selectmen do have additional discretion to make sure that the ultimate RFP reflects the interest of the town, including these restrictions, which would be requirements. So you're voting like the base level requirements, and then some additional restrictions could be imposed. So I think the simple answer to your question is yes.
Thank you.
That's a long yes. Thank you. Further discussion? Yes, sir. You got it?
Tom Hamilton, 17 Kenny Avenue. I just want to clarify the friendly change that was made before, because our article we submitted was changed during the process. But where it says lots cannot be combined while retaining, so you'd strike that permanent easement in and under all of that, the following areas of said property for the town. So approximately 15-foot wide path connecting the Heritage Trail, so that would be retained. Approximately 30-foot wide area of land abutting the golf course, not an easement, but retaining it. And the 15 to 20-foot wide area, again, abutting Bailey's Hill. So those aren't easements in any way. The committee had voted to retain those, so that, especially respecting the Heritage
property,
Trail
yeah.
and the work they'd done.
Okay, it should, so let's
Right.
clarify the amendment so that that's so.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. I think that was a correct statement. So when we look at the article, those three, obviously, you're selling the property, so the property's going to be sold, and it's going to be
Yes.
subject to retention of the 15-foot path to connect to the Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill, the approximately 30-foot easement, because obviously the town won't own it anymore, so it'll be retaining an easement on that property.
No.
I think the
Retaining
idea,
it.
I think the idea is that the town will retain the
Town
property.
is retaining it. It's not an easement.
All right, then now, I'm sorry, that would be
So
retained.
my language is correct.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry.
Great. Can we have your language? Tom, can I have your language so we can read it when we're going to vote? Sorry, I'm too old to go back. Okay, further discussion. Let me read the motion as it's changed now, in view of that change. I can't. I need the motion first. Hang on a second.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Toby Quirk, 296 Castle Road. I
Mr.
thought
Quirk.
it might be interesting for the voters to hear from somebody who actually lived there in these homes. A couple of points. First of all, I want to congratulate the committee. I have a great deal of respect for Mr. Barba and each one who's on the committee, and also their process to take all these courses of actions and to evaluate them, add them up, and come up with the course of action they did. I just have a few, I suppose, opinions, if you will, that contradict some of the premise. The phrase temporary military buildings keeps being repeated over and over again. I'm a 23-year veteran in the United States military, and my wife and I and family have lived in these K-part houses in many parts of the country. They're nice. They're still there. The Air Force and the Army are still maintaining them. Yes, they have to have new roofs. Yes, they have to have new furnaces and so forth, but that's part of keeping up a building. In fact, most of you homeowners know that roofs don't last forever, neither do heating systems. So I don't see why these buildings are called temporary military buildings. They're not. They're permanent. They're very attractive. They're very nice to some of us. When we first moved to Nahant in 2014, yes, I'm brand new. I'm not really a Nahanter yet. We lived at Bass Point Apartments, and we looked at many, many options in Nahant to buy, to rent, and so forth. We found these Coast Guard housing homes to be very attractive for us. We chose to live there. It's a nice house. The statement that they're uninsulated, I don't know, go up in my attic. There's foot-thick pink insulation through the whole attic. And by the way, the rafters in that attic are very well constructed. I've been in many homes in my life. I've owned some homes. And these are well-constructed buildings. They're not temporary military houses. They're not uninsulated. The heating systems are pretty efficient. I heard a statement on one of the briefings. It may have been tongue-in-cheek, I don't know, but one of the briefers from the committee said, I wouldn't want my mother to live there because she'd freeze to death. Well, my wife and I live there. In the wintertime, we set our thermostat at 58 degrees because we're kind of frugal. We sleep comfortably at night. We wake up in the morning, we turn up the thermostat, and it's very comfortable. It's an efficient ranch house. Now, to say that it's built slab on the ground, I'm not sure what was meant by that, but I have built a building on a slab in Massachusetts. A slab in Massachusetts has a foundation that goes down beyond the frost line, just like the foundation of any home with a basement. In fact, it's a foundation like a basement that's just filled with earth, and then they pour the slab on top of it with rebar construction. So it's not a temporary building. It's not uninsulated. The heating system is efficient, and it's well constructed. Now, one of the criteria that the committee presented was affordability. And then that criteria was weighted to see how they would decide. I'm not sure what weight they gave to it. But right now, and I'm no real estate agent, a ranch home, it's a 3-bedroom ranch, 1 bath. It's got a nice piece of frontage. It's got its own independent driveway, a shed, and a nice backyard, by the way. I don't know what that goes for. I'm guessing at least $500,000. Maybe 600, I don't know. As was said, the real estate market is very high right now, and it's a seller's market. Once the land is excavated and the lots are sold, I believe the lots would go for about $400,000 because comparable lots on that Pond Road site that Mr. Grawl mentioned, I think went for about $400,000. So if a building lot goes for $400,000, you got to put a building on it. I'm guessing, I don't know, not in construction, what, $300,000, $400,000 for the building. So the buildings that are supposed to be affordable, that are going to be sold down the road once they're built, you're talking, I don't know, $700,000, $800,000. To some of us, that's not affordable. But if you sold the buildings as is, and this is what I'm getting to, sell the buildings as is, 12 units, $500,000, quick math, $6 million. Without excavation, without all the trouble. Now, I've heard the statement, and I don't have the expertise to be able to address this, but that you can't sell the buildings as is because of the in-ground oil tanks. I'm not sure that's true. I sold a house with an in-ground oil tank, but it was quite a few years ago, and we had to dig it up and put it above the ground, but it was not cost prohibitive. So, my thought is this, and I saw one of the courses of action was sell as is, and I don't have quick enough eyes to have read all the statement. And I'm sure there's reasons not to. But if you go to my backyard right now, it's a nice backyard. Yes, it's sloped down toward where the schoolyard playground is. But there's 3 of us that live on Castle Road. And one of these homes is occupied by a young family with 2 beautiful young toddlers. And they're always in the backyard. They're running down the hill, and there's a swing set down there, and there's one of these little like merry-go-rounds you see on playgrounds, and it looks like the all-American home in the backyard. It's a nice house. It's a very attractive house. So if you sell them as is, And I like the restrictions, you know, every other lot at a time, and put the restrictions on them that would be appropriate. And people buy them, and maybe they want to take them down, you know, and excavate the land. Makes a lot of sense to me. So that's my thought. The market is at an all-time high right now. I don't know what these will sell for, but they would sell very quickly, I'm sure. When the land is regraded, you know, after the homes are knocked down, we don't know what the market's going to be. In fact, excavating that land is the great unknown. That land was military land since World War I or World War II. And I know what the military does with excess petroleum products and with machines they don't want and equipment they don't want. Oh, and with ammunition they don't want. They bury it. That's an excavator's nightmare. So excavating that land, first of all, you're going to have oil tanks that are in the ground that may have hazardous waste problems. Hazardous waste problems are tough to deal with. You might have hazardous waste that was left over from the military. You may have rock ledge. And you have these foundations, these concrete foundations, 12 of them that are going deeply into the ground. So my point is, if you're a neighbor on Castle Road or Gardner Road or one of those areas, you're going to have a construction project in your backyard for I don't know how long, with those great machines going beep, 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 backing up for months and months and months and excavating. And my thought is sell them as is. Let people buy them. They're going to be affordable. It's a nice home to live in for many people. And once they buy them, if they want to take them down and build a beautiful cape or a nice 2,500 square foot home, they can do it. So, Mr. Moderator, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further discussion? Oh, yeah, the town council would like to just clarify the action.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think we want to just clarify the point of what the restrictions are. And one of the earlier speakers spoke out, and the request with respect to the 3 property interests that will be retained by the town. As stated in the warrant, there were references to a 30-foot wide easement abutting the golf course and a 10 to 20-foot wide easement abutting Bailey's Hill. But in fact, the town will be retaining those interests. They wouldn't, in fact, be easements. They would just be property retained by the town. So we would have an approximate 15-foot wide path to connect to Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill. That would be retained. An approximate 30-foot wide area abutting the golf course to clear the encroachment of the first tee. That will be retained by the town. And an approximate 10 to 20-foot area abutting Bailey's Hill to eliminate any encroachment to the dirt road access to the bunker. That will be retained by the town. They would not be easements. They would actually be retained property owned by the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Brendan Baronic, Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. Had a question for town council about the RFP. If this article were to pass and the town eventually, I believe it's go over the Chapter 30 and put out RFPs with conditions, if the bid price that comes in is below the asking amount, or there are no people that are interested in the RFPs that are put out, does the town then adjust what the RFP conditions are, and what mechanisms are there to allow the citizens to have a say in that process?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The town would be obligated to impose the conditions that are included in the article, or the motion, I should say, that's voted tonight or today, still today. Beyond that, obviously, once the RFP hits the street and proposals are received, the town would have to evaluate those proposals based upon these conditions and any other conditions that are imposed. If the town determines that the proposals are not acceptable, they would be rejected, and the town would go back out to bid. But at that point, it would be, again, consistent with what's voted today and the conditions that the town puts in. So the input is today.
So today forever on the conditions, like that if after we put out RFPs a few times and we still get no takers, there's no recourse to change what the conditions are?
The selectmen could put another article back on before town meeting to reduce or change the conditions that are being imposed today. So the conditions that you vote would be in place until otherwise changed by town meeting. The additional conditions that could be imposed would be up to the selectmen, consistent with what's voted today.
Okay. I would urge citizens to vote against this motion. I do have concerns that given the current market and the prices of materials, that if we were to put these properties on the market now, we would be de facto choosing the type of people that could purchase these properties. Because any developer that purchased them is not going to sell them at a discount. I would prefer that the town consider other options so that we can maintain affordable housings in this house.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Near 15 Breezy Hill Terrace. I'm not urging one side or the other on this issue, but there's a lot of information that everybody here needs to know as they vote. They have to do a logical vote their taxes and vote the issues. That property abuts restricted land owned by the federal government and returned to the town conditionally, that the town does not develop any of the land for housing until the restriction releases in 2045, the end of World War II. So we've got restricted property on one side of it. We keep using the verbiage that we own that property. We own it with a big debt to a bank, or however they funded it. So we're not walking away with money by selling this property. So there's two things. One is they have to be very careful what they do. They have to maintain, if you're going to bisect it with the Heritage Trail, which is basically the property is bisected right now, those lots, there's going to be issues there. Number two, Goddard Road doesn't meet state standards for a road. So when we have these setbacks, we're really making things kind of fit the way we want. Again, I'm not telling you to vote one way or another, but think carefully about exactly what you do, because we've gotten bit back a number of times. The town granted this property, the golf course, and we got sued immediately after granting the property to the Canigliaro family, and we had to give up land here, right over here, to the Canigliaros who owned the golf course. We got sued across the street on Willow Road because we didn't do the property lines correctly. So all I'm saying is be cautious about your vote. Think about it. I know everybody is in a hurry for other issues and whatever, but this is really critical. We do not have enough open space. We do not have enough affordable housing. So vote all of those things in your conscience. Paula Devereaux made a good point. Heather Goodwood made a good point. Other people have made good points. Just think about what you're doing. Don't just vote to be in a hurry to move on. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Further discussion? Ms. Zahora. Okay, sorry. I thought you... Go ahead.
Veronica Cook from 19 Fox Hill Road. I just have a quick question. That 30B and the stipulations of each of these, if you were to buy a lot and built on it, and then 10 years down the road you want to do an addition, is that then up to the zoning board, and it's just, and it's going to go beyond that 25%, and it's just, can you just go back to?
So the deed restrictions are, generally deed restrictions are good for 30 years.
Okay.
And after 30 years, Mr. Script, help me if I'm incorrect, but after 30 years, it would go back to what the zoning bylaws are in the town, which would be, right now, it would be 45%. Hopefully, at some point, we maybe change our zoning bylaws.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Yes.
Karen Fallon, 185 Bass Point Road. I attended one of the sessions informing public about the details of this proposal and learned that the lots asking price for the empty lots would be somewhere in the area of $350,000 to $430,000 per lot. So in terms of the town's need for housing for seniors wanting to downsize or for attracting young families into town, this proposal for lots that would be selling for that kind of price without even having a housing would pretty much mean that the town is not doing anything about providing housing for seniors wanting to downsize or for young families. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. Hoare.
I'd like to thank all three iterations of the committees that have come and done this. This has also not been without a lot of thought, 17 years worth of thought. So do we have a loan that's coming due? 17 years ago, 16 years ago, 2024 sounded like a long way away, but it's not anymore. We have to pay off that loan. So understand, through the criteria, through the three iterations of committees, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of fact-finding. What you've heard today is the culmination of that. Please make your decision based on that.
Thank you. So, I'd like to have, is there further discussion on the motion? Before we, I'd like to read the motion as it's, as I understand it to sit. So give me 1 minute here. Okay, as I understand the motion at this point, I move the Board of Selectmen is authorized to dispose of the town-owned property on Castle Road and Goddard Drive, known as the Coast Guard housing, identified by the assessors as parcel 12D041 and described in a deed recorded in the Essex County Registry of Deeds in Book 24011, page 401. And apply the proceeds of such sale in accordance with General Law 44, Section 63 of the general laws under the following conditions: that the existing houses are demolished, the in-ground oil storage tanks are removed, the land is leveled, the land is subdivided and subject to any title issues being resolved, 12 individual lots are sold with deed restrictions prohibiting any single individual entity group from purchasing more than one lot, prohibiting any lot from being combined with any other lot, and limiting the maximum floor area ratio of the said lots to 25%. and further to reduce construction congestion to authorize the Board of Selectmen to sell alternating lots in 2 offers over 2 years. And further that the town will retain, this is what I need. The town will retain the ownership of the 3. Got that?
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah. You got it?
Dueling lawyer.
And further, that the town will retain ownership of the 15-foot wide path to connect Heritage Trail to Bailey's Hill, and of the 30-foot wide property abutting the golf course to clear encroachment of the first tee, and of the 10 to 20-foot wide property abutting Bailey's Hill to eliminate any encroachment of the dirt road access to the bunker. That is the way it reads at the moment. So, seeing no further discussion, I think we're ready for the question. So, please take your time and vote on Article 20. If you're in favor of the motion as I just read it, say yes. If you're opposed, vote no.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
Is this a majority or 2/3?
This is just a majority vote. We're going to start the 10-second countdown. 10-second countdown starting. Those in favor, 528. Those opposed, 366. The motion carries. Mr. Hora. So we split that motion into what you just read, and then the next motion is to obtain the money to carry it out. Mr. Hora.
Thank you. I move that the sum of $300,000 is hereby appropriated for the purpose of demolishing the houses, removing the in-ground oil storage tanks, and leveling the land located on Castle Road and Goddard Drive, known as the Coast Guard housing, and all costs related or incidental thereto, and to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow said sum under pursuant to General Law, Section 44, subsection 7-8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore, and premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, lest any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with General Law 44, subsection 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount.
Seconded by Mr. Brown. Further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, I think we are ready to vote. Sir, are you rising for discussion? Okay. All right, we're going to vote. This is to vote the funds to carry out the article we just passed. Article 20. Those in favor, vote yes. Those no. Those against, vote no. Seven. Okay, if everybody's voted, we're going to go into the 10-second countdown. So if you haven't voted yet, please vote. 9, 8. Those in favor, 535. Those against, 270. Now this has to pass by 2/3 because it involves borrowing.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
So the vote failed the two-thirds majority? So there's a motion to reconsider. So the vote now is on the motion to reconsider.
We just voted to approve moving forward with a plan. If we don't vote the funding for it, you know, the selectmen can get funding, we'll work out some sort of funding, but this funding allows for, part of the funding goes for separating or subdividing the property. Tearing down the houses is obviously a portion of that, but we will need to approve funding to subdivide the property for any option that happens. In this case, you know, we did vote to approve moving forward with the recommendation. Therefore, I urge you to vote for the funding so that we can get this moving. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is, does the House want to reconsider the vote just taken, which failed the two-thirds majority necessary for borrowing? So those in favor of reconsidering, vote yes. Those that are opposed to reconsidering, vote no. One, 6, 7. Yeah, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Okay, the vote is about over. Those in favor of reconsideration, 522. Those opposed, 331. So that last vote failed by a couple of votes. And one time, some years ago, we had a motion that my dear wife Molly was very much opposed to. And I was moderating it. And the moderator only gets to vote in two instances, either to break a tie or to make a tie. And Molly had her workers and everybody was working hard and they thought they were going to win it, and they lost it by one vote. It passed 2/3 majority by one vote. So if I had voted, her side would have won, and it would not have been a 2/3 majority. So at the end of the meeting, I took my stool home and my gavel and all my stuff. And she was having a bunch of folks, having her workers over to the house for some beef stew. They were going to have a success party. And when I walked up on the porch, there was my beef stew in a dog bowl. I was in a dog bowl on the porch. That's Molly all over the place. All right. The reconsideration is now in vogue. So the vote will be, again, to approve the borrowing to provide the money to carry out the project that was approved in the previous motion. Do you want to have the motion read again? No, all right. Then, at least I won't end up on the dog bowl on the porch this time. So go ahead. If you're in favor of funding the project, vote yes. If you're against it, vote no. Okay, we're going to put the 10-second countdown. Those in favor, 590. Those opposed, 276. I used to be able to do these things in my head, but I can't do much in my head anymore. Did it make it? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we did pass the 2/3 majority required. Thank you very much. So I also want to say thank you very much for being here. We've never had a crowd like we have 900 people here now. 900 people. It's so great to see so many people anxious to do their job for the town. Now, in that regard, we have about 25 reserved seats up here. So anybody who's not got a seat or anybody who wants to move up front and make sure your voting thing will be no problem, please come forward and take these reserved seats in the front. There's some over on the other side as well. We have some empty seats up here. People are more than welcome to come up. Oh, where are we? That was 20. Article 21, Mr. Fulgham.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I had risen to make a motion.
A motion.
Seconded stuff. Mr. Moderator, given the size of the crowd and the fact that Article 21V depends or is intertwined with Article 22, I move that we address Article 22 out of order and do that next. Second.
Okay, there's a motion to take Article 22 out of order and to argue it, to put it before the House next. And I don't think that's debatable. I think I'm not sure. I think, It's debatable. So is there any discussion on the motion to take Article 22 out of order? Seconded. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. I don't see any other discussion. Let's vote on the motion to take 22 out of order. So let's vote. It's a majority. Yeah, it's a majority vote. Okay, we're going to put the 10-second countdown on. Those in favor, 686. Those opposed, 156. The motion carries. All right, we go to Article 22. Mr. Vanderslice.
I move that the Board of Selectmen is authorized to acquire by gift, negotiated purchase, eminent domain taking pursuant to Chapter 80A exclusively, or otherwise, a restriction in easement interest in an approximately 12.5 acre portion of the land located at 430 Nahant Road, Nahant, shown on Assessor's Map Lot as 1B-0-1, and described in a deed recorded with the Essex South District Registry of Deeds in Book 5344, page 142, and in certificate number 47172, for open space, recreation, conservation, and/or historic preservation purposes, and an easement to use certain portions for beach purposes, including the right to install certain public improvement to facilitate the public use of the area as shown on a plan drafted by Coughlin Environmental Services dated April 2021, on file in the town clerk's office and is printed in Appendix 17 of the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Subject to the receipt by the town of grants or gifts in the amount of at least $3 million, together with the amount appropriated as described above, to pay the purchase price or pro tanto amount as the case may be, and all costs incidental and related thereto. And before we
Seconded by Mr. Lewis.
Before we start, in the FinCom book that everybody got, we promised that we would continue to discuss and deliberate on this issue. We met this morning before this town meeting, and we revoted Article 22. The Finance Committee now recommends Article 22. It was based on, some of the committee members did a very detailed analysis of their own, which we found it in support of all of what's been done to date. Some of the committee spoke with dismay that our previous recommendations had been misrepresented and misconstrued. And I just encourage you to read what we wrote in the book. Before we start this, I would just like to say that I walked up to 40 Steps Beach this morning before this meeting, and I looked out towards East Point. It was a beautiful, clear day. There was no haze. There was a freighter out there that looked like it was hanging in the sky. East Point is beautiful in the bright green of springtime and the black of the rocks. It's a very special place. These discussions tend to get very clinical, very fast. So as we discuss this afternoon, I just want you to think that that is a very real place, and we are discussing a real and very important part of the town.
Mr. Antrim.
So we're taking these articles out of order. This article is to authorize the Board of Selectmen to execute eminent domain, but the financials are important to that because we have to afford it, right? So we haven't talked about the CPA articles yet, but let's do that to put everything in context. So hopefully everybody here knows that CPA funds are funded, that's Community Preservation Act funds, are funded with a 2% surcharge on our real estate tax. And so that creates a bucket of money from which we can fund various community projects. So those are Articles 21A through 21V. So every year we take that bucket of money and we decide how to divide it up among the approved projects that have been approved by the Community Preservation Committee. This year, there are, of course, a bunch of those. One of them is an article for funding the preservation of the historic buildings of the library, the town hall, and Ellingwood Chapel. That's a $500,000 10-year bond. This eminent domain taking is funded by a $1.5 million 30-year bond. So I mentioned that to draw the comparison between those two borrowings. One is, they're each $50,000 a year, right? 500,000 divided by 10 is 50. $1.5 million divided by 30 is 50. Of course, there's interest that goes into that, and so it's a little bit more for the 30-year bond, but basically they're comparable. I haven't heard any fretting about the other article, even though cost-wise they're comparable. So back to this article. This article is we have a $4.5 million budget for this article. There's two conditions here. We've got to have $3 million in private donations before we can take the $1.5 million CPA bond. So we have that $3 million. It's in the hands of Nahant already. So that part's taken care of, okay? So that leaves us with the $1.5 million bond over 30 years to fund the remainder of the eminent domain taking. So let's look at that $1.5 million over 30 years. So I'm going to speak in rough numbers. So $1.5 million over 30 years, our bond counsel says that's about $2.6 million over 30 years. The state match in CPA is historically running about 60%, but this past year was 69.4, something like that. But for conservatism, we assume 50%. So the 50% state match brings that $2.6 million down to just under $1.7 million. So that's what Nahant taxpayers would be on the hook for. Out of the CPA funds. No extra money on your tax bill. So I just want to make sure that's clear. So if you take that $1.7 million, divide it by 30, it comes out to something like $56,000 a year. You divide that by about 1,600 households, it works out to $35 per household per year. Already in your tax bill. I bought 2 pizzas at Captain's last weekend, and it cost me more than that. The other important aspect of this is that the article is written to require the use of Chapter 80A. So, quick tutorial on eminent domain. There's two laws. One is Chapter 70, the other is 80A. The difference is with Chapter 79, you say we're taking the land, you give them the fair market value or what you claim is the fair market value, and you own the land. And if there's any haggling about the price, it comes after. In this case, we're going with Chapter 80A. And what that does is you announce, I'm going to take this land, in this case, as a conservation restriction, and here is what we are offering. And then that goes to a commission, and the commission decides what the fair value is for the land. And after they go through that process, which I think was told takes maybe 6 to 8 months, they come up with a value, and you say, we can afford that, or we can't afford that. Again, our budget is $4.5 million, $3 from the private donors, and $1.5 from this bond. What we expect the cost to be, based on a thorough real estate appraisal of this land, which is in a natural resource area, is just under $2 million. The estimates for the legal fees and so on is about $500,000. So that leaves us $2 million in contingency. The third important factor is that when we received this $3 million donation earlier this week, it came with a legally binding gift agreement, and that gift agreement says that that $3 million is spent first. So if we go through this process and the real estate holds its value at $2 million and the legal fees work out to be $500,000, we don't even need to take the bond. It's covered entirely by the $3 million private donation. So, and that $3 million also comes first if we have to back out of the agreement because it's too high. If it's more than the $4.5 million and we haven't received, and we don't then receive private donations to reach the amount that the commission decides. So by requiring Chapter 80A, we think we have a pretty tight financial picture. So on Article 22, the reason to vote yes is that you get a 12-acre oceanfront park in conservation land without roads, without lights, without 5 acres of 80 geothermal wells, and without the biggest building in town. For $35 a year, I think that's the bargain of a lifetime. So let's talk about the reasons why people might want to vote no. One reason is that someone told me is they want to live in a college town. And that's a valid reason, you know. I mean, I can't say, I personally want to keep Nahant the way it is, but if you want to live in a college town, that's one reason to vote no. One reason I've heard is our taxes will increase. I think I just addressed that with this, this explanation of the $1.5 million. So I want to backtrack for 1 second. If we go through this ADA process and the number comes out to more than $4.5 million, the town cannot spend $1 more. We can only spend what town meeting authorizes. That's it. So there's no, we thought we were going to spend $1.5 million, but we wound up spending $3 million. That can't happen unless you all come back together again and say, you know what, we want you to spend more. It's not our choice, it's your choice. So I want to make sure that's clear. So I think we addressed the tax thing. I'm sure there'll be other speakers and maybe they can address it in more detail, but I think it's addressed. So there is none. There's no more additional taxes. We don't have that authority to do that without town meeting vote. So if you are concerned about a tax increase, I think there's a very real risk of tax increase associated with a development accompanied with 228 people in town. And that doesn't matter if this development is Northeastern or anybody else. It's a fact. If you have more people in town, there's cost. And we can debate about the amount. A study was done. It's posted on our website some years, or I don't know, a year ago now. It's in the Board of Selectmen's second statement. We hired an independent firm, RKG, that did another assessment. And between those two analyses, that cost to the town over 40 years is between 14 and 27 million, right? So that money has to come from somewhere. Now, some people, like my friend at the podium, will question those numbers. But they're not nothing. We can do a simple one, right, in our head right now. So Nahant's tax rate is about 1.1%, right? So that means that's what we all pay. Not every entity in town pays real estate tax. I won't mention any by name, but we all pay. So after this development, the budget is, I think, around $70 million for a planned expansion. For one part of that plan, let's say it's the whole property's worth $800 million at the end of the day. $800 million times 1.1 is $880,000 a year. The generous offer we've received works out to $150,000 a year. So like less than 20%. That generous offer is less than 20% of what you all pay. And it's far short of anybody's estimate of what the cost of the town will be. So if you're worried about your taxes, you won't vote against eminent domain.
Summarize there again.
Yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Yeah. All right. So another reason I've heard people want to vote no is they don't think it's fair to put a conservation restriction on someone's land. But I want to remind people that this area has been in a natural resource area for over 30 years, and with the support of Northeastern University. No buildings are allowed in a natural resource area unless you are subject to the Dover Amendment, which allows educational and religious institutions to potentially build in areas where other entities aren't, where you and I can't. They can, we can't. Does that sound fair? No. But there's more. As an educational institution, Northeastern doesn't have to pay taxes. So Does that sound fair? Not to me, but, so it's doubly unfair. You know, they get privileges that, you know, that we don't get. They can develop the land and not pay taxes. That's not fair. It's doubly unfair. It's wildly unfair. Another reason someone might vote no, and this is a tough one. And this is something that our community has been struggling with, or at least some of our community has been struggling with, is that along the way, you know, feelings have been hurt, mistakes have been made on both sides of this issue. Facebook posts deliberately misleading people and hurting people have happened. We all have to admit that. But we have to rise above it for an hour. To throw the entire town of Nahant under the bus because you're upset about a Facebook post or how the wetlands bylaw vote went 3 years ago, or whatever the reason, vote for Nahant and for our collective futures. So back to the project to $500,000 fund the library repairs and town hall repairs and Ellingwood Chapel repairs. Those, if we don't approve that, there's no bulldozer waiting to knock those buildings down. That's not the case here. That's not the case here. If we don't save this land as a conservation area, the bulldozers are coming. And they're going to strip that land bare, taking with it 50 years of tree growth and birds' nests and everything else. So this is our day. This is the moment. This is our chance. There's no do-overs. There's no second chances. We hold the future of Nahant in our hands. This thing here, the next click you make on this thing here decides the future of Nahant forever. Choose wisely.
Mr. Cullinan.
Thank you, Mark Cullinan, member of the Board of Selectmen, 38 Ocean Street in Nahant. I'll only be less than a minute. First of all, thank you, Josh. I think you covered just about everything that needs to be covered. Approximately 60 years ago, probably today, Nahant had an opportunity that it passed up. We can redo that vote today, and we can make amends. 60 years ago today, we voted not to accept that property. That was a mistake. And we can change that today with one click of a vote. This is not a financial issue to the town. I have spent almost my entire professional career managing, planning the town's finances. I would not put this town in a position, a financial risk position, if I thought that exists. It does not exist. I urge you to vote for this for today and for the future. Thank you.
Mr. Carangelo.
Thank you. I would start by sharing Mr. Vanderslice's observation and my personal enjoyment of the view out at East Point. The views of the ocean are spectacular. The general environment is amazing. It's green, it's lush, and none of that is about to be destroyed. If looking at the maps over here, this hill that we are talking about, and is literally the one piece that is really under contention, this piece behind the bunker is a man-made pile of dirt that has had trees growing on it that are invasive, not native, and that had all kinds of time to grow. That's true. However, just as when you clear a lot and build something else, it redevelops. It comes back. That's fine. the thought of East Point being destroyed, being denuded, being obliterated is just, it's unfortunate, it's a scare tactic, and it's an exaggeration. In Lodge Park, which is the part that almost everyone goes to, the town's actual park isn't touched at all. There's no touching of that. It doesn't change. So I just wanted to address that because everyone here, myself included, loves East Point and appreciates it. And everything that's been there before Northeastern, before the Army, before Frederick Tudor's mansion, and before the Hotel Nahant, and before Lynn cleared it to have sheep graze out there, it changes, it evolves. It's not natural, it is beautiful, but let's not make it something that it isn't. In any event, with regard specifically to eminent domain, I urge you to vote no on eminent domain because it actually resolves nothing. What eminent domain will do will open a Pandora's box for years of legal wrangling, continued discord, court battles, and costs. Voting no will stop this divisive conflict and move the Board of Selectmen forward to negotiate in good faith. 80A, this chapter has real significant financial risks. There are real financial risks here. Millions of dollars that taxpayers are on the hook for. Millions of dollars that are not the result of a decision to build or not build or take or not take. There are damages, there are impacts that someone else, like a court, will say, you owe this to Northeastern. That's been brushed aside. The proponents would have you put your head in the sand and say, there's no risk. The low appraisal is correct. That's the only way to look at it, $2 million. Northeastern wouldn't look at that in any other way, nor would a court. Northeastern has no right to sue for damages. The cost estimates that we came up with in the Board of Selectmen's second statement, and then paid someone else to repeat the RKG report, are unquestionable. We just keep repeating them again and again, despite questions raised within the Finance Committee, who until this morning was deadlocked on it. But these are not hard and fast numbers. What is, in all of this, again, it's funny watching and reading letters going back and forth between Northeastern and the Selectmen saying, yes, let's mitigate, let's negotiate. Well, okay, let's do that. They won't do it. Well, we're asking you to do it. The fact that no one has sat down here in the last months to actually have a meeting is just astounding. It's astounding. And rather than go down this path of eminent domain, a negotiated settlement with Northeastern to allow them to build something that they have every right to build within parameters that the town will find acceptable, and to have them pay as they have offered to pay with the $6 million or whatever. It's negotiable. A pilot, have them pay pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. They do it in Boston, other schools do it everywhere, nonprofits do it. No one from the town's administration has approached Northeastern for a pilot payment in over 12 years. No one brought that up. The school department had the wherewithal to, when the town cut its art and music budgets, to collaborate with Northeastern and arrange something so that Northeastern made up the difference. That's possible. It's not being done here. The options that have been put on the table for, and this was recently released, the question's been being asked for 2 years, and recently was just revealed. The places where the current Board of Selectmen would find acceptable for Northeastern to build are the areas basically where they are now and closer to the entrance. There are 4 options floating out there that involve multi-story buildings right at the entrance. That would require more expensive construction, zoning variances, wetlands bylaw variances, the abutters to actually agree. And under this environment, how is that possibly ever going to happen? Why is any of that a realistic expectation, given the way the town has been acting toward Northeastern? In fact, the wetlands bylaw was designed to stop Northeastern. In open meetings with the FinCom at the time, that was the cited reason for putting the wetlands bylaw in place. And what did it do? It forced them to think, okay, the top of the bunker is actually the most reasonable place to build. A year later, there was a zoning variance that passed town meeting, a special town meeting, to again stop them from building. That was declared illegal. That was overturned by the state, had no effect on Northeastern. There's lawsuits pending that were brought by private groups, private individuals that had been told by the judge, you have no hope of winning this, and yet somehow the town got pulled into these private lawsuits. Why? Why? The appraisal, we can talk about $2 million for that property. It's arguable at best. One thing to note, that appraisal was not made public until there was a public records request to get it. And even then, there was a 13-page summary, not the full report. I'll stop here because I know there are people behind me. Yeah. Is that from stopping or acknowledging that the people behind me are actually behind me? In closing, just please vote no on this article. Yes means lots of risk to taxpayers, years of court battles, and never-ending arguments. Worst, it gives no guarantee whatsoever, other than that we'll be in court for years. And no offense to the attorneys in the room, the lawyers will get paid regardless of what happens, regardless of the outcome, whether they win or lose. And why are we paying for that? Think of all the other things we could be doing with this money. One more point on the CPC, because if you take these out of order.
He has the floor. He'll be kept until he releases it. He's still within his time limit.
Almost
Let's
there.
treat each other with dignity. And
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. With regard to the CPC funding mechanism, yes, it's borrowing $1.5 million, and it does have a state match. The state match pays the interest, and that's it. It's taking money that could use that multiplier, and instead we're using the multiplier to pay interest. It doesn't particularly make sense. But you pay CPA, you pay those funds regardless. It's not an increase in your tax, but it is your tax. It's real money. But vote no so the selectmen can do their jobs, negotiate for the entire town, and we can all get on with our lives.
thank you. Further discussion, Mr. Canty. Mr. Canty.
Yes, thank you, Ken. I think he did that so I'd forget what I was going to talk about. He did a good job. I'm not going to overdo what my two colleagues have already commented on. And excuse my drafty voice. But what's important here with everybody is that there's a level of trust in your three selectmen. We've asked every question and we've questioned every answer. We've gone through this soup to nuts the entire year. It's been a roller coaster ride for me for a first year in here, but I've been so happy to work with these gentlemen. You're talking about over 70 years of government experience, town government, between Mark, myself, and Josh. We're not here to do anything but try to encourage your trust in us. When we talk about negotiations and we tell you we tried to do that up at Northeastern, when we talk and we say no tax increase, and there will be none with us, we'll walk away from it. First sign of it. When we talk about future projects, which I think we're very likely to see, especially where Mr. Martin in his conversations, in his broadcast, had indicated that the next project will be the renovation of the Edwards Center. What do you think? Do you think they're going to do a paint and wallpaper? No, we're talking some very serious things, but what I'm asking, while you continue here, think about who you're dealing with. Everything we say is true. We need your trust. Thank you.
Further discussion, B.
Thank you. B. Rogers, 44 Pearl Road. It sounds from the reactions of the people here today that most people have already made up their minds and are probably not going to listen to or be persuaded by counter-arguments. Nonetheless, I am here to urge voters to vote against this article. We've talked about the potential costs to the town. We've been asked to trust the selectmen. The potential costs to the town, in my view, have been brushed aside, minimized, and we have heard the rosiest of possibilities and not the possible downside. Taking of 80A does allow us to walk away. We may not be allowed to assess damages, but we are responsible to pay the legal costs of the other side. So if we decide that we want to walk away, we can't afford it, then we will be liable for Northeastern's legal costs. I don't know if those can be covered under the community preservation funds. But even before the case is decided, if the town borrows $1.5 million, that can't but affect our bond rating. It may not affect our taxes, but it can't help but affect our ability to borrow for needed sewer repair, flood mitigation, other needs of the town. So the supposed costs to the town that we've read about are totally unsubstantiated. We haven't been able to see the basis. The building will house a few dozen scientists and grad students who will spend weekdays working there and then go home. The burden on the town's infrastructure will be less than the burden of all of us in town who have been working at home, flushing toilets and running water during this pandemic because we couldn't go to our offices. Northeastern has already committed to repairing any damages to the roads if they use heavy equipment during construction. But I really want to get away from the financial concerns. Aside from the financial concerns, the opposition to this building has been overwrought, overblown, and exaggerated. First, since its first proposal 3 years ago, Northeastern has modified its plans. It's listened to and accommodated many of the town concerns. The building design recently presented by Northeastern Architects is a one-story, landscaped, environmentally sound structure from the pictures barely visible from the road, the surrounding houses, or Lodge Park. It has a green roof, surrounded by plantings. Concerns for light and noise pollution have been addressed by putting mechanical systems below ground. Northeastern has further committed to maintaining the remaining land east of the Murphy Bunker as a conservation set-aside. They have committed to restore native plants and habitat, including, we've heard about the geothermal wells, the meadow where after those wells are built, it will be restored to natural habitat. The land will be protected. That's the very thing we seek to accomplish through eminent domain. They are offering it to us. They have committed to it, and they have committed to making that legally binding. Now, the selectmen have argued in meetings and in the warrant that really they don't want to seek eminent domain. They want the authorization so that they can use that threat as leverage to be able to negotiate with Northeastern. Now, they've made it clear that what they mean by negotiate is go away. The alternative sites they've suggested violate environmental regulations, as they know. And in fact, I'm concerned, and this is a serious concern, that by allowing eminent domain, the town will actually lose its ability to negotiate. We will lose the leverage that we have had and could have taken advantage of. Northeastern has worked hard to respond to our concerns. They've gotten nothing for it. They've gotten no acknowledgement. And if eminent domain is authorized, Northeastern would very likely say, fine, go ahead. Take us to court. Take an eminent domain taking. And the town will have lost not only the opportunity to negotiate, but any motivation on their part to work with us cooperatively, as they have been doing, as they have repeatedly done. Now, I've talked to, believe it or not, many dear friends who support eminent domain. And I've asked them, because I genuinely want to understand, what is the opposition to a building which, from all the designs that we have seen, will be visible from the property, unobtrusive. You'll walk past it when you go up to the gorgeous, beautiful views up at Lodge Park, which we all love, enjoy, and own, and will not be affected at all by this. And what I've heard is, oh, they might decide to build dormitories. Oh, they might decide to build a conference center. Oh, they might change, they might do that now, but who knows what they'll do in a couple of years. Well, my understanding is if they get approval for a building, that's the building they have to build. If they make a legal commitment, it's legally binding. If they say that they're going to build a coastal sustainability institute and they've given us the designs, that's what they're committed to doing. The other thing I've heard is, I just don't trust them. I don't believe anything they say. And we've been asked to trust the selectmen who have given us, I believe, a very one-sided picture of this issue. And it's very hard to say, well, we don't trust them, we won't listen to them, but we want them to negotiate with us. That is, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but the fact is, their commitments can be made legally binding. We don't have to trust a word they say. We can see it in black and white in legally binding commitments. So I don't understand why they would despoil their own property, and I don't understand why a building would destroy the town. I don't understand why a few dozen scientists, grad students coming in to work during the day is going to devastate the nature of this town. I've never understood it. Northeastern's proposed building and this unyielding opposition on the part of vocal residents, who I might add have blanketed the town with, I am going to say, aesthetically unpleasing signs. They have divided the town, destroyed friendships, hurt local businesses, and all this to stop Northeastern from making reasonable and environmentally sound improvements to their own property. If voters authorize an eminent domain taking, the town is unlikely to prevail. They'll come in and say, look, they want a conservation easement. We've promised a conservation easement. But the strife and the bitterness that have been generated will continue for years. We will be caught up in court battles, and I feel that it is time to put an end to this sorry episode. Thank you. You know, I am going to take the liberty of adding just one note, because as I was looking for material for the warrant, I came across the speech that my husband, Pete Rogers, gave 10 days before he died on town hall floor on the issue of Northeastern expansion. And one of the things he talked about that hasn't been mentioned at all is the potential benefit to the town of having a coastal zone, coastal sustainability institute in which the research can benefit the town and the university can partner with the town in mitigation and those kinds of activities. And so we've listened
you,
to
wrap
the
it up?
negative. I would like to put in a push for the positive. So I urge you, put an end to this conflict and end it. Vote no.
Thank you, Dee. Ms. Tarmy, do you want to speak?
Julie Tarmy, 3440 Steps Lane.
Come on, folks, let's act civilized, all right?
3 years ago, I gave a talk on East Point, and about 200 of you came to listen. And I did it before a lot of the emotions came out that have come out over the last 3 years. When I look at East Point, and I grew up in Nahant, and I spent time up at East Point. When I look at East Point, I look at it as an historic place. I look at it as the place where the indigenous people would have chosen to do their fishing, perhaps some farming, because it is on the east of the island. I look at it as the beautiful spot that Thorwald, the Viking explorer, has been said to have spotted and come up on land and said, this place is beautiful. I want to build my home here. And he is reported, through the research of a college professor and a couple of others, to have actually died here on Nahant, very possibly on East Point, and was buried there. We don't know if he's there or not. The land has changed much over the years. After Thorwald, we had the colonists who came in, and they saw that Nahant was a great place for their livestock. Unfortunately, they felt they had to take down all the trees in order to graze their animals. I guess sheep don't like shade. But they saw the good in the land. They saw the good in East Point, which was known as the Great Pasture. Then we had the summer folk came, and they saw what was good and healing about the breezes here in Nahant. And they chose to build a hotel on East Point, the Nahant Hotel, which boasted, when it was done being added on to, that it could accommodate 1,000 guests. 3,000 people could come and eat there in a day through a few different seatings. Unfortunately, that hotel burned down in the 1860s. But then the Lodge family decided that it would be the best place for them to build their homes, and so they bought that property, all of it. Mr. Lodge did not live long enough to build a home there and enjoy it, but his 2 children inherited that land, and they built their homes there. They enjoyed it. When the Army came in during the Spanish-American War, the lodges allowed them to put searchlights because it was the first line of defense to Boston Harbor. World War I, they allowed the Army to come in again, and they put in guns to defend us all. And then in World War II, the Army came and took the whole area. They dismantled Lodge's mansion and kept the lowland mansion, which belonged to Elizabeth James, Lodge's sister, and that was kept for the mess hall and the officers' quarters. There is a lot of history there. Unfortunately, one of the last pieces of history burned down there in the 1960s. I will tell you that I was in that house the day it burned down. I did not light the match that burned it down. But that area where they want to build is an historic area in my mind. Over centuries of history is there. And yes, it's been turned over. It's been built up. It's been built down. But there are remnants there of our history. And to me, that's what makes East Point important, the history part of it. And a lot of that history is where Northeastern wants to build. Not down in the lowland area where there still is one vestige of the history I'm talking about, which is the small ice house, which as a historian I am concerned about that ice house as construction may take place. I've been assured it will be okay, but I won't know that until it's done. There's other areas on that land that they could build. Why build on the one spot that holds all of this history? I am a voter in favor of the eminent domain, even though I'm not a fan of eminent domain, taking of others' property. But in this case, I have to support it for the historical aspect of what will be lost. Northeastern has shown us renderings of beautiful buildings. I even said at a meeting that's a beautiful building. But does it belong in Nahant? I haven't seen an architect's plan of what it will actually look like. Is there one, or is there only the drawings that we have been promised that it will look like eventually? I would vote yes for eminent domain, no for the building that is proposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Mike Raworth, 31 Summer Street. I have to turn around and face you all. It's like looking into a mirror otherwise. Your vote today is a declaration of who you trust. You can trust the selectmen. The selectmen are from you. The selectmen are of you. The selectmen are accountable to you. I ask you, look at these guys. Do they look like irresponsible bomb throwers and rabble-rousers to you? They will make sure that Nahant does not repeat the mistake of 30-some years ago when it got approached by a developer who said, sell me the golf course, I'll run it, I'll do everything great, and so forth. That guy turned around and tried to develop at his house lots. It took Nahant about $1 million to get out of that one. In fact, the selectmen are really just insisting that Northeastern live up to what it wrote in a 1965 report about the property when they dedicated this land to conservation purposes. Words that everybody lived by for 50-some years. Here they are. The university seeks to acquire the whole of East Point in order to make it a wildlife preserve. A wildlife preserve. Only in this way can the unusual littoral and benthonic faunas be protected adequately. In addition, the university can assure that pollution will not jeopardize the continued high quality of seawater for laboratory purposes. I've got a copy of that report right here. I'll be glad to show it to anybody. After writing those words, now, having lived by them for some 50 years, Northeastern now says it wants to build, that they have the right to build, a 55,000 square foot structure in the heart of that wildlife preserve. How can they do that? Essentially, they say, actually, we changed our mind. We changed our mind. Nahant and NPT have sued Northeastern to enforce those words, and Northeastern says, you can't touch me. The selectmen will not leave Nahant's shoelaces untied again. They will be sure, through the signed contract, that Nahant gets a voice in whatever goes on at East Point, through a signed contract. Now, your vote yesterday gives the selectmen the power to take the conservation easement by eminent domain or not. It gives the selectmen the power and the breathing room they need to negotiate a deal that provides Northeastern with as much as possible, that is consistent with protecting Nahant's interests. It makes sure that your vote today makes sure that Nahant has an enforceable commitment from Northeastern University in writing and signed. In short, it ensures that Northeastern will have to take us seriously. What happens if you vote no? Nahant will lose immediately, and forever, virtually all of its bargaining power. The selectmen will have zero power to influence what this multi-billion-dollar institution does in Nahant. The Conservation Commission, the CONCOM, will have certain powers, but very limited ones with respect to the project. And Northeastern has repeatedly insisted that the CONCOM's authority doesn't even extend to the proposed building on top of the Murphy Battery. Northeastern will claim to be virtually bulletproof as concerns Nahant's zoning bylaws. In other words, you can't touch me, because, as they've already done, because of a law known as the Dover Amendment. Northeastern will be completely, and I say completely, at liberty to change their mind as to virtually anything they have said or even promised in these glossy brochures. Thank you. In these glossy brochures and mailers. None of this is enforceable. For example, Northeastern will be at liberty to double or triple the size of the building that they've proposed. And they will not be accountable to anything that they've promised you in any form. For example, so why can they get away with changing their minds on all these things? Because what they've said in these mailers and everywhere else are essentially political campaign promises. They're meant to influence your vote here today. Now, have you ever heard of a politician getting sued for breaking a campaign promise? I don't think so. Basically, nothing Northeastern says is worth the paper it's printed on, unless it's a contract with their signature on it. And a vote yes will give the selectmen the power to negotiate to get a contract with Northeastern's signature on it. Northeastern knows that this eminent domain vote has great power against them. It's the one thing that they fear. It's why they hired a plane to tow a banner over Nahant 2 weeks ago, and why they pumped all of this money into these brochures. Let's have another look at Northeastern's track record. Northeastern promised the citizens of Roxbury that they were going to put up an 8-story building. The citizens took Northeastern's word for it, and then Northeastern built a 22-story building because Northeastern changed its mind. Northeastern double-crossed the people of Burlington in the same way. In fact, in their color glossy brochures, they claim that the conservation easement is worth way more than NPT's estimates. But NPT has a hard copy written valuation from an eminent, respectable appraiser, a guy named Emmett Logue, who has a reputation to protect. He's not somebody who can afford to put his name on a valuation that does not stand up, that does not support his professional reputation. Now, Northeastern has all the money it needs to hire their own professional valuator. They could easily get somebody to do that. And if they had done it, you would have seen it quoted in one of these mailers. They would have put the photo of the evaluator on it. They would have bragged all about how their evaluation is right and ours is wrong. But you didn't see that because they didn't do it. They didn't get a valuation because they couldn't. They couldn't get a professional valuator with professional reputation to protect, to put his name on the valuation that they have claimed. Basically, you cannot trust Northeastern. They say that if Nahant goes forward with eminent domain and then withdraws, that we're going to be liable to them for construction delay damages and legal fees. But there's never been a legal decision that says that Northeastern is entitled to either. And if there were such a decision awarding construction delay damages or legal fees, you can be sure that Northeastern would have quoted it to you in one of these brochures, but they haven't because they didn't. There's no such decision. You can't trust Northeastern. Why does Northeastern insist on building on top of the Murphy Battery? They could easily build in the lowlands, as has just been described, even if they had to elevate the structure a bit to accommodate the floodplain issues. Why did they choose a place where they have to drill through 15 feet of military-grade concrete structure to put in an elevator shaft? What's the sense in that? Now, Susan Solomon, whom you all know and respect as our one Nobel Prize winner in Nahant, will tell you about the calculations for square footage and the workforce that Northeastern says they're going to put in the facility. She'll say it's way out of scale. Honest universities don't do that. They don't build space they don't need, and Northeastern has never explained the discrepancy. It makes it all very suspicious. The president of Northeastern, Joseph Ayoun, has great aspirations for Northeastern. He's been aggressively building its profile and stature and reputation. He wants to run with the big dogs like Harvard and MIT. Northeastern has been aggressively building its reputation, but there's one thing that Northeastern is missing, one critical element of prestige. Let me read you something from a Harvard website. Think about panoramic views.
Could we wind it up because your time is running out?
I've still got a half a minute. Think about the panoramic views of Boston Harbor, Charles River, and Back Bay from our downtown clubhouse on the 38th floor of 1 Federal Street. UMass has a facility like that. Boston College has a facility like that on top of a tall building. Northeastern does not. And that's the real reason. That's why they're so intransigent, so inexplicable. The president of Northeastern wants those commanding views of the ocean from the top of the bunker so that he can entertain politicians, big donors, corporate chieftains, academic conferences with distinguished panelists, even world leaders. A first-class ticket to academic prestige. I say Northeastern is not entitled to sacrifice the natural beauty of East Point just so it can schmooze the fat cats. I say you cannot trust Northeastern. They double-crossed Burlington, they double-crossed Roxbury, they double-crossed Nahant. I say give the selectmen the power to make Northeastern sign a binding contract so that Northeastern cannot double-cross Nahant again. I say vote yes on this article.
Thank you. Further discussion? Could you put the microphone back?
Yeah.
I don't know. It might happen yet. In fact, I hope it does. But I don't have much hope.
My name is Alice Court, and I live at 7 Valley Road. I would like to speak in favor of passing Articles 21V and Article 22. What are these articles about? I think this is one thing that we can agree on. To me, they are about East Point's unique natural beauty and money and trust. East Point is a beautiful place that has taken 55 years to recover to its current wildlife-sustaining state. Generations of Nahanters have enjoyed it and voted to protect it. In the 1960s, they thought they found a partner to keep the land from development and allowed Northeastern to acquire the land from the military for essentially no money. About 30 years ago, Nahanters designated it and other local open spaces a natural resource area. And for a long time, Northeastern proudly acknowledged on its own website that East Point was both a marine science center and a wildlife preserve. My family has treasured East Point since 1970, the 50 years we have been on Nahant. But what if your major concern is about the money and the financial risk for voting for these articles? In truth, both options, voting for or against, have financial ramifications for Nahant citizens. but I believe the uncertainty and the actual dollar costs are far less if we vote for these articles than against them. A yes vote means no new taxes for residents and uses a generous gift to the community of $3 million. Using real estate assessments by an independent company, the amount set aside for the eminent domain taking should be more than enough. Northeastern disagrees with this assessment, but as recently as this week, it continued to compare the land on East Point that cannot be commercially developed by any private group with land in Newton that can be fully commercially developed. The properties are not at all equivalent with regard to the value because of this, but Northeastern is desperate to have you think so and keeps making this claim to mislead and scare you. To address even these concerns of the citizens, our selectmen have chosen, should negotiations with Northeastern fail, a method of conservation easement eminent domain taking by ADA that allows Nahant to back out in the unlikely event that estimates go far above the costs experienced professionals have predicted. To argue against this option, Northeastern has tried to scare you by saying that massive expenses for construction delays would be incurred should the town opt out. But prominent eminent domain attorneys have strongly argued that those costs are not allowed under the law. In addition, if we allow Northeastern to build its massive building, it is likely to be way more costly for residents. Since Northeastern pays no real estate taxes like you and I do, despite its using our roads and water systems and relying on our police, fire, and public works departments, we will be subsidizing Northeastern's presence on Nahant, which currently includes 114 people on the site now and at least 114 people in the new building. And that would be to the tune of at least $29.6 million over 40 years. That's because the estimate that RKG gave counted first the 114 that were planned in the new building. But it didn't actually do the finances for the 114 currently on site. This is an average of $740,000 per year, according to the RKG report when you do that addition. That's an average of $462 for each of Nahant's 1,600 households. And that's the low range. Using more realistic numbers for the number of people working in a 55,000 square foot building brings the cost up to $41.5 million over 40 years. And it could be even more depending on how many more people are added with the building's various uses, the undisclosed total personnel and visitors, and the newly announced Edwards renovation. These amounts are so much more than the $6 million over 40 years that Northeastern suggested is a fair reimbursement to the town. So lastly, for me, this is about trust. As you've heard, Nahant selectmen have lived here for more than 40 years, and 2 of them grew up here. They have shown us their analyses and described the safety net provided by ADA. Northeastern has declined to reveal information about its building despite numerous requests, including its height, its interior design. It lists conflicting numbers of personnel in its website and materials, declined to give us explanations or clarify its personnel calculations when we asked, refused to negotiate with a mediator under reasonable terms asked by the town, and offered a financial settlement that is very far from their fair share. And it recently disclosed, after the addition to the Murphy Battery, as we've noted, that it would work on the Edwards building, but has given no information about the size or the increased numbers of personnel that might have. All of these developments would add years of construction and more people, and more costs to Nahant residents. The limited drawings we have been shown reveal an idealized view of a virtually invisible building on top of the Murphy Battery, drawn by undoubtedly talented artists. but which I believe represent a fantasy because the drawings are a vision that cannot be achieved within many years, if ever. Lastly, according to newspaper reports, Northeastern also shared with Roxbury drawings of dorms with 8 to 10 stories, which suddenly turned into drawings of 22 to 25 stories in the middle of the project. I suspect that Northeastern would say now it has no current plans for such changes here. But think again to Roxbury and ask when Northeastern decided on its enlarged plan and when it shared it with the community, or if it cared about how the community felt about it. So if the choice is to save the beautiful natural area of East Point or destroy it, I ask you to save it. If the choice is no new taxes and use CPA funds versus increasing real estate taxes as Northeastern's program grows and grows and we absorb their costs, I ask you to choose the CPA funds and no new taxes. If the choice is to trust our selectmen who have deep roots in this community versus trust a billion-dollar university that has already misled us and the citizens of Roxbury and Burlington, I say trust our selectmen. Unfortunately, Northeastern has changed since it came here 55 years ago. And in this, it has not earned your trust, and it should not earn your vote. Please vote yes on Articles 21V and 22 and save East Point and our community from the destruction and expense of Northeastern's proposed overdevelopment. Please give our selectmen the power to negotiate from strength and, if necessary, take by eminent domain with a conservation easement. Thank you.
Thank you. We're doing, all right. I'll ask the speakers, we've heard a lot of the same information. We can try not to be duplicative of the stuff that's already gone by. I appreciate that.
Brendan Baronic, Olmsted, 2 Summer Street. I wanted to follow up with questions that were submitted 2 weeks ago to the Board of Selectmen and get some responses.
Is there a particular reason why?
Because I had submitted questions to the Board of Selectmen 2 weeks ago and requested responses, and I was told I'd be provide responses, and I have not received any response so far.
Well, would they impact this, the question before the House?
I believe so, because they were
How could they do that?
We're
First
just-
of all, I'm advised by counsel that the board is not obligated to answer questions from the thing, but they may well. But I just want to make sure that what you're talking about is something that has substantively something to do with the issue before the House.
I believe
Thank
we're
you.
discussing eminent domain and giving the Board of Selectmen authority to use that eminent domain in the future. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So then, has eminent domain ever been used in the past? I've heard from some selectmen from their personal experience, but I have not gotten a full accounting of what the town's business has been.
None of us remember that. That doesn't mean it never happened, but none of the three of us remember that, and we haven't had time to research it beyond our own memories.
Okay. Then I'll just get to the heart of the matter. It was the, I had recently contacted Coughlin Environmental Services about the boundary of the proposed conservation easement, and the Coughlin Engineering seemed to indicate that the paved surfaces in front of the Murphy bunkers was included in the boundary. It was my understanding that there's been no changes to the map that's been provided, so I was, trying to understand what decision-making was made, prior to this meeting as to why there is no need to make changes?
I think what you're asking was the question we discussed on the phone the other day.
Well, you'd said you were going to review the emails and take a look at it. So I was trying,
Yeah,
this morning you
so-
confirmed that there was no changes to the map. So I was just wondering what the decision-making was to make that determination.
Yes, there are no changes to the map. There wasn't time to do that ahead of time, but the intent is to put the conservation restriction on the, let's call it the dirt on top of the battery, and not the space below the dirt, if that's what you mean.
Okay.
Did that-
Then I guess, did the Board of Selectmen obtain any legal advice regarding the implications of the consultant's statement?
I direct them not to answer. That's privileged information.
Okay, then. I took a walk up to East Point yesterday and noticed there was HVAC infrastructure within that area. Is it known whether these structures are directly associated with the Murphy Bunker facility in operation?
I think the HVAC stuff is associated with what's inside the Murphy battery. I don't know where the line falls exactly on the map that you've seen, but it would not preclude them from maintaining the equipment. It just, they can't build anything they wouldn't be able to build anything additional in the conservation restriction area.
So they couldn't replace the equipment?
I think they could replace what's there, but they can't build something new.
This is really way far afield from what's the issue before the
Well,
House.
my next question was whether...
One more question, that's it. Got it. Pick it out.
The speakers before me were given up to 10 minutes of time to comment with no
That's right,
interruptions.
and people are leaving. We don't need 10 minutes a person. They spoke in accordance with what was before the House, not just random questions that have really nothing to do with it.
All right, then I'll get to the heart of the matter. I'm urging the citizens to vote against the use of eminent domain, or to authorize the Board of Selectmen to use eminent domain, because I'm concerned about the future implications this decision will have on the other property owners in this town. The proposal put forth is to take land by eminent domain and establish it as conservation land. We have a variety of properties in this town that are subject to repeated flooding. The federal government, in the case of Hurricane Sandy, has been starting to talk to states about requiring the use of eminent domain as a mechanism in communities to address flood mitigation risk. If we are voting now to approve the use of eminent domain to establish conservation land for land that is outside of a flood zone, then what protections do we have if they come back to us in the future and basically say, in the flood zones, you should make this a viable option?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do I have a
Further discussion? I understand everybody's really excited. It's been a long day so far, and we've got a lot of stuff, a lot of folks in line. But the way we operate is you can't call the question just from shouting from your chair. If you want to call the question, get in line. We used to have Bernie, and when Bernie got in line, we knew what was coming. But we don't have Bernie anymore. So I understand what you want, and I understand why you want it. But we've got people who want to speak, and they want to speak on the topic. So please, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Scott Bradley, 33 Summer Street. And I rise to speak for Polly and Larry Bradley of 33 Summer Street, who are also here in attendance. Polly is the co-founder of SWIM and former chairperson of the Nahant Conservation Commission. Larry is a Dory Club member, sailboat captain, and Polly's eternal supporter. These remarks are largely taken from an article authored by Polly Bradley upon her retirement from SWIM. It's titled Nahant, Northeastern, and SWIM. There's a long history of cooperation between the town of Nahant and Northeastern University Marine Center. Both have worked energetically to protect the waters off Nahant. Nahant needs clean water for swimming, fishing, and lobstering. Northeastern needs clean water for the saltwater intakes that are essential for its laboratory experiments. Both benefit from studies done in and near the Nahant seashore. As citizens, we all want a clean environment for our children and our grandchildren. Starting in 1967, the Nahant Conservation Commission, under Chairman Ruth Alexander, searched for a nonprofit group to buy the East Point land, which was being sold by the federal government. The town had turned down the acquisition as a public park in 1964, and the next tier of bidders was nonprofit groups such as universities before an offer to the final tier of private developers. There were many developers eager to buy the property and build high-rise apartments just as they've done in Winthrop. A small committee was formed under Concom. John and Linda Van Leer, George and Georgia Lawson, and Larry and Polly Bradley. They called every college, university, and likely nonprofit group. Larry, who holds a master's degree from Northeastern, learned that Northeastern was looking for a location to establish a marine science center. Quickly, Larry talked it over with Nahanter John Lowell, then a member of the Board of Trustees at Northeastern, and the rest is history. For many years after Northeastern came to Nahant, there were articles in town meeting to change the zoning bylaws in order to build apartment buildings in Nahant locations. But they were all defeated except for the Bass Point Apartments. You can imagine what Nahant would look like if we'd allowed those apartments, especially high-rise apartment complexes. Nahant has about about 1 square mile, and Winthrop has about 1.5 square miles. Nahant's population is 3,410 people. Winthrop's population is 17,497. Nahant could be as crowded as Winthrop. Instead, Nahant keeps its small-town feel, and Nahant is known as the home of an internationally respected marine laboratory. During the 1970s, the Nahant Conservation Commission in Northeastern worked on a public school elementary program and a volume of natural history field notes with keys to the organisms living in Nahant waters. Northeastern ran a program in conjunction with the Nahant Public Schools and printed copies of the text for all students. The waters around Nahant were monitored for many years by citizens, led by Norman Carl Brooks, and working with Northeastern, the Massachusetts Audubon Society, and the town of Nahant. In 1984, Northeastern professor Trish Morse sounded the alarm that that Lynn was applying for a waiver of secondary treatment, which, if accepted, would have continued to pour polluted sewage effluent into Nahant waters. This led to the founding in 1984 of Safer Waters in Massachusetts, SWIM. Mike Manning was one of the original founders of SWIM, along with Bill Coffey, Norma Brooks, and Polly Bradley. They took their concern to the Nahant Selectmen, and Richie Lombard was the first of the Board of Selectmen to realize how important an issue it was to Nahant. Northeastern was with us from the start in fighting for clean water. Next came the battle to protect Nahant from pollution from the greater Boston MWRA sewage outfall. Nahant Selectmen and other town officials gave hours of time, contacted elected officials, and attended meetings which were critical in bringing secondary treatment and a significantly longer outfall. Northeastern experts came to meetings in Boston with the Massachusetts Water Resources Association testified at hearings, read the lengthy MWRA reports, which we called the 7 deadly volumes, and wrote material for the responses, which were called the Sapphire Necklace. Statewide environmental groups backed us. Instead of primary treatment, we won secondary treatment, and instead of an outfall 3 miles from Nahant, we have a Boston outfall 6 miles from Nahant, 9 miles from Boston. That was Nahant working with SWIM, working with Northeastern. During the early 2000s, SWIM prevented dumping of contaminated dredging spoils from Chelsea Creek, just offshore from Nahant. It was a quick victory because the proponents saw the strength of SWIM, the town of Nahant, and Northeastern's coalition. This victory has had widespread ramifications, stopping and preventing other proposals to use the ocean to dispose of polluted material. SWIM has always worked with the town and the university on many more projects over the years. A natural gas pipeline, a proposal for floodgates over the Saugus River, protecting Stellwagen Bank and endangered whales, creating a no-discharge area in Nahant waters and others. SWIM has never been accused of nimbly being not in my backyard. And because of Northeastern scientists, they've made sure we always had the scientific facts straight. Nahant is a cleaner, safer place because of its history and its alliance with Northeastern. In 2013, Polly Bradley retired as the leader of SWIM. In the over 45 years from 1967 to 2013, Northeastern University marine science professors and staff backed Nahant in the long battle for secondary treatment, a long outfall, and over the years they've given SWIM and the town hours and days of free scientific consultation that we could never have afforded to pay for had they demanded expert consultations. Northeastern has been essential in protecting the environment of Nahant. They are truly great neighbors. Thank you, Nahant, Northeastern, and swimmers. Polly, Larry, and I ask you to join us in voting no on eminent domain. Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to call the question.
You're not alone. But we are governed by town meeting time, and we're governed by what I've done always in the past. You can't get up and make a speech on the article and then call the question at the end of the speech. You've defeated the entire purpose of call the question.
Okay.
And that's what I did to Mike earlier when he was going to start arguing about his motion to commit. I said, you can't do that because it's not arguable. So we can't do that. But maybe some kind person behind you in line will make a call the question.
Emily Potts, 114 Pond Street.
Yes, Emily.
Speaking as the president of the trust, I call the question.
The question has been called for, so we are now voting, and we can't debate on it. The question is whether or not to cut off further debate, whether we've heard enough. So let us vote. Now, a lot of folks went out into the sun because it's kind of the air conditioner. We got it set too low. But we want to make sure that you get your signals on your devices while you're voting. So if you don't get that green light, come in closer. All the transmitters are in the tent, so make sure that you get a green light and vote. So we will now vote on the calling of the question. If we want to cut off debate, vote yes. If you want to say, you don't want to vote it, you want to hear more, vote no.
Welcome, I didn't give a speech. That's what I thought was right. I pushed it already. Oh, I have to put my mask on back.
All right, has everybody voted? Let's start the 10-second countdown. You'll be glad to know we beat the 2/3 requirement. It's 862 to 33. So debate is called off. But the debate is finished. Now we go to vote on the article as read. So if you are in favor of the motion on Article 22, vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no.
Why does it say vote no up there? You should say something else, like yes. Dave?
Yes, point of order? Say
Oh,
something.
that's all right, it's okay now. It's fine.
Okay. Okay, you want to try the 10-second? No. It's 647 in favor, 271 against. It's got to be a 2/3. Got to be a 2/3 vote, though. Maybe 2/3. All right. I'm informed that we passed the 2/3 majority vote that was required. So it's now about 20 after 5. And we are
Mr.
not-
Moderator,
Yeah,
I would like to make a motion at this point.
yeah.
I would like to move Article 21V ahead of Article 21A to be heard now in conjunction with the vote that just took place.
Okay, we have a motion to take 21V out of order, which makes it a majority vote.
V is in Victor.
So we have a motion to take 21V out of order. And we have to vote on that. So the vote right now is to take 21V out of order. Those in favor say vote yes. Those opposed, vote no. We're getting the voting going. That's a good.
Same thing.
Well, you gotta watch it.
It's two-thirds on to V as well, yeah.
So everybody should know that 21V is the funding piece of the eminent domain article. So please stay.
$635 in favor to 62 against. The motion carries. So we will have eminent V. Barbara Beatty.
It's my great pleasure to be able to move to you Article 21V. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $1,500,000 to pay a portion of the costs to acquire a restriction and easement in an approximately 12.5 acre portion of the land located at 430 Nahant Road, Nahant, shown on Assessor's Map Lot as 1B-01 and described in a deed recorded with the Essex South District Registry of Deeds in Book 5344, page 142, and in certificate number 47172 for open space, recreation, conservation, and/or historic preservation purposes, and an easement to use certain portions for beach purposes, including the right to install certain public improvement to facilitate the public use of the area as shown on a plan drafted by Coughlin Environmental Services dated April 2021, on file in the town clerk's office and as printed in Appendix 17 of the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee, subject to 1, a vote of the town to acquire the above described property, which we did just vote to do, and 2, the receipt of the town of grants or gifts in the amount of at least $3 million or such larger amount as shall be required, together with the amount appropriated at this town meeting, to pay the purchase price or pro tanto amount, as the case may be, of acquiring such interest in the above described property. And as you know, the town has already received the generous $3 million contribution. So that part of this has already happened. And further, the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, is authorized to borrow the sum of $1,500,000, $500,000, thank you, under General Law C 44B, General Law C 44, Section 7, 8, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town, therefore, and any premium received upon the sale of any bonds or notes approved by this vote, less any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes, may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 20, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, And I would like to add at this point that the FinCom, the Advisory and Financial Commission, of which I am a member and work with a wonderful group of people I really appreciate the work we've been doing, and Lynn Spencer, who I'm going to turn you over this to in a second. We voted when we were first given this article. As you know, we spend hours discussing, deliberating. When we were first given this article to discuss, in that first instant, we voted to recommend it to you. So the FinCom has recommended this article to you. Thank you.
Seconded by Mr. Lewis.
I would like, but in
there's
terms of questions, I would like to turn it over to Lynn Spencer.
There's one correction. I think that you read, when you were reading, you read of at least $3 million or such other amount that was required. I don't know where you got that. It's in the article, but it's not in the motion.
Oh, I was reading from the script that I was given.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know where it came from, but anyway.
But I need to read the correct, please give me
Yeah,
the
it's
correct.
just, it's only $3 million, and as you pointed out, the $3 million is already here.
Oh,
It's a nullity, so we don't need to have you redo it.
Okay.
It's all right.
You can delete that part that I added.
Delete that from your
But
memory,
It
yeah.
needs to be correct, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate the correction and delete. In terms of for questions, I want to turn it over to Lynn Spencer, who, as you know, with the CPC has worked so hard on all of these articles as well. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Barbara. I am privileged to chair community preservation for the town of Nahant and have been on that committee since the town had the vision to vote in community preservation in 2004. A lot has been said today. I would like to make my words simple and plain. Our committee strongly endorses this as an innovative and appropriate use of community preservation funding. The innovation for Nahant is that this may be the first time that an eminent domain procedure is going to move forward. But in fact, community preservation funds have been used across the state for eminent domain type of activities. There's 3 elements of community preservation that are the source of enhancements to the quality of life in Nahant. Historic preservation, you've already heard about, community housing, and open space and recreation. This article supports open space and recreation and historic preservation and deserves your support. It is important to note, and there's lots of language in the warrant book, but this is a 30-year bond. It will require a 2/3 vote to succeed. In the duration of that bond, with interest, will cost $2.6 million. Of that, $810,000 is actually supported by the state match, because we are very fortunate to enjoy a state match of approximately 70% on our 3% surcharge. This is a good investment. It will bring dividends to the town in terms of protection of open space, enhancement of the enjoyment of the quality of life in this community, and ultimately give our Board of Selectmen the tools they need to negotiate successfully with Northeastern. Thank you for your attention, and please vote this.
Thank you, Lynn. Further discussion?
Michelle Capano, 29 Ocean Street. I'd like to call the question.
The question has been called for. The issue is whether to cut off debate. If you've heard enough, we should cut off, and if you haven't, then you need to vote no. If you're in favor of cutting off debate, please vote yes. And if you don't want to cut off debate, vote no. Okay, we are voting.
It's 6:55 in favor, 14 against. Debate is cut off. We are now voting on the amendment, or not the amendment, the article as originally written and originally read by the FinCom. If you were in favor of the borrowing of $1.5 million for the purposes recited, please vote yes. If you're against it, please vote no. And this is a 2/3 majority requirement, as mentioned. Yeah, Jeff. Oh, boy, okay. Those in favor, 575. Those against, 98. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let me just say one more thing before we start thinking about what we're thinking about. I look out into this audience, and I've never seen a gathering of so many beautiful, wonderful people. You guys are great to be here. We really appreciate your attendance. I'm glad that you're here and you're taking a direct democratic participation in the decisions. Now we've got a lot left to do, and it's getting late. And I promise that tomorrow we'll turn the air conditioning down so we'll have a little more warmth. So we're going to reconvene tomorrow at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Please come back. Yes, sir.
Can I ask
Yes,
can I
sir.
ask a rule question?
Yeah.
Many people will leave now. Many of them will not come back for the session tomorrow.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Is it clear that now that Articles 22 and 21V have been approved,
Yes.
that no further action can be taken to rescind or change those votes?
That's correct.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
See you all tomorrow. I want all 900 back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Be there, be square.